We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base education, foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কারের খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিসপাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বা ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. To switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
Two principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
Two principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিসপাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিসপাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
We are delighted to bring you Minerals, Mining and Metal Sea Conclave Day 2 with the theme on Indian steel industry facing the challenges of new normal and beyond. May I request Mr. Abraham Stefanos, President Designate the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to formally open the opening session of Day 2 with his address. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you to the second day of the Minerals, Mining and Metals E-Conclave organized by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The theme for this year is Preparedness for Post-COVID Revival and Global Play. Contrary to the fear expressed in the first quarter, the steel industry has recovered smartly in the second quarter with a revival in domestic demand and strong prices. The country's economic indicators suggest that our economy has come back to Q2 of last year's levels, and with the exception of a few sectors like the hospitality industry and the travel industry, other sectors are indicating strong future growth also. Most steel majors are now at production levels exceeding that of the previous years, and they expect this position to continue. This indeed has a salutary effect on the minerals and mining industries, which are predecessors in the supply chain for steel. Therefore, a conclave like this is extremely timely and appropriate in helping us take stock as well as prepare for growth. Yesterday's discussions focused on the coal industry, touching on the areas of coal mining, power, and coal gasification. Today, we have very interesting discussions planned around the challenges of the neo-normal, building Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India, strategies for the iron ore industry, and on the role of metallurgical coal and scrap as raw materials for steel. The long-term plan for steel is to take it to a level of 300 million tons to match the projected demand by 2030. And we are, as an economy, definitely on the way there. In spite of all the ups and downs that have happened over the last several years, if you look at the long-term trend for steel, it has shown steady growth. Underlying this is the large-scale urbanization that is happening in the country, which requires large-scale developments in infrastructure, connectivity, ports, projects. So all these really portend a very bright future for the industry, and therefore it is very important that the entire connective, let's say, industries that are part of that supply chain also need to have plans in sync with this growth. The COVID pandemic has also thrown up interesting insights and lessons for all industry. We have realized that we have much greater resilience than we ourselves thought we had. And the way that the industry has been operating, all manufacturing industry has been operating with much constrained levels of manpower, severe restrictions on movement of people or attendance of people, but still being able to achieve levels of production and capacity utilization at, which are higher than last year, point to an inherent strength in the basic structure of the business and industry, which will stand us in good stead going forward. The new normal has also thrown up major challenges relating to how we evaluate and measure work, how we work, and how we motivate and challenge people. Such day touches on facing the challenge of the neo-normal and beyond. Now, I take great pleasure in welcoming Mr. Sushim Banerjee, Chairman of the Metals Committee of the Bengal Chamber. I am also equally delighted to welcome the esteemed participants of our first business session. First of all, Mr. Partha Sengupta, former President, JSW Steel, and Mentor Metals Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are grateful to him for supporting and mentoring this initiative over the past several years. We will be having the pleasure of Mr. Sengupta moderating the first session. I would also like to welcome Soma Mandal, Director Commercial and Chairman Designate of Steel Authority of India. And I have the pleasure of being her classmate in engineering. Mr. Dilip Oman, CEO, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Mr. Pankaj Malan, CEO, Vedanta Electro Steel Limited. And Mr. Rajiv Mohan Sherry, MD of Outokumpu India. I am sure that we can look forward to a very engaging and fruitful set of discussions today. And once again, extend a warm welcome to all the delegates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. Banerjee, if you may, kindly set the opening remarks.
Very warm good morning to Mr. Stephanos, the President-designate Bengal Chambers of Commerce and Industry, distinguished participants, particularly in the first session, ladies and gentlemen. We stand today almost at the end of the year 2020, the year that was unforgettable for taking more than 1 million lives, thrown hundreds of millions out of work, and is projected to wipe out 28 trillion valued worth of in output over the next 5 years. Indian economy, as Stefanos has just said, that went down by nearly 24% in Q1 has moved up quite a bit to clock 7.5% decline in Q2. The IMF and RBI have projected India's GDP to grow by 7.5% in the current fiscal. Indian steel industry, whose health and growth are very much linked with the growth in construction and manufacturing activities, is gradually showing a resilience to move up from the damages suffered due to the pandemic. As production of steel depends on availability of raw materials in right price and quality, is today's webinar by Bengal Chambers and Commerce, by putting emphasis on the current health of iron ore and coking coal industry, including the role of technology and innovative practices to enhance the availability of these very precious natural resources, would enable the esteemed participants to take a holistic view of the steel industry's growth perspective. Yesterday's webinar was very interesting. It mainly spent on coking coal and the issues that was discussed, among other things. There was a special discussion on coal to syngas, which is a combination of hydrogen and carbon monoxide, and which would further be converted to methanol. It can be used to make DRI, urea, and other chemical products. JSPL has been the path-breaking innovator in this and already successfully implemented this at their Angul plant. And the government of India, we understand, recently has announced 100 million tons of non-coking coal to be used for coal gasification, which is a tremendous opportunity for India to cut down their import of non-coking coal and also reduce carbon emission. Based on the trend of the new normal, the likely steel consumption in the current year, we estimate of approximately 85 million ton, and this would need around 10.5% growth per annum to reach 230 million tons of finished steel by 2030-31, which would require a capacity creation of 300 million ton as indicated in the National Steel Policy of 2017. This is a very tall target as of now. However, there are a few positives and the strategic thrusts that the industry can undertake with the corresponding policy support by the government to realize this apparently difficult target. First, we must enhance the steel intensity in major end-using segments like housing, infra, in roads, railways, ports, airports, transportation of oil and gas by developing appropriate steel-intensive designs, steel composite technology like light gauge steel frame in housing, standard designs for road overbridges in national highways and expressways, steel-intensive road infrastructure, steel sheet piles in port development, steel casing pipes for transportation of oil and gas, etc. This would ensure new product development, low volume and high performance steel. Secondly, make the clarion call of Atmanirbhar Bharat by developing indigenous capabilities in capital goods and special steel segment and ensuring participation in the global value chain to take care of the economies of scale operation. The production linked incentive scheme, PLI scheme for specialty steel for the next 5 years, recently announced by the government, must be explored in full by Indian steel industry. Make in India for defense equipment, weapon systems, submarines, enhancing local content component in automobile and auto components would throw up stiff challenges for Indian steel sector to develop requisite capabilities. Steel is sustainable, recyclable, and provides much faster construction for strong and durable construction, provides design flexibilities in all types of environment, and follows mandatory BIS norms. Lastly, the potential use of steel in rural areas like metal roofing, steel frame low-cost houses, primary health centers, school building, etc., must be realized in full by the producers, dealers, and distributors connected with production and marketing of steel. The primary challenge before the steel producer is to reach the nooks and corners of the country where the government funded schemes for affordable housing and credit-linked subsidy schemes for housing are being implemented. It is necessary to interact with the beneficiaries of the government subsidies and other stakeholders, be it designer professionals, developers, construction agencies, project management bodies, and apprise them of the advantages of steel-intensive houses and as well as the long-term cost advantages of steel use, faster construction, water saving, resale value, etc. A big challenge is to set up off-site quality fabrication facilities surrounding the construction areas. It is also necessary to impart skill training for steel-based fabrication. Easy raw material availability of iron ore and non-coking coal, especially in the steel clusters, and enhancing the coal washing facilities to blend with imported coking coal are the issues that would require policy intervention by the government. Lastly, before I end, I must put on record that under the able and dynamic leadership of the Honorable Minister of Steel, Sri Dharmendra Pradhanji, who will be addressing us in the valedictory session today, the Ministry of Steel has all along been extremely supportive to take forward the causes of Indian steel industry. And I'm sure it would continue to provide necessary policy support to act as an enabler for Indian steel industry to realize its goals. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Partha Sen Gupta, former President, JSW Steel and mentor of Metals Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, to take the session forward. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the participants and speakers on the second day of this Minerals, Mining and Metal E-Conclave. While other speakers have recapped what we spoke yesterday, just want to highlight the whole day's discussion in 3 key points. First was that there was deliberations and it was felt by the esteemed group that coal is here to stay for the foreseeable future. That means over the next 20 to 30 years as the key source of energy. While our emphasis will be to drive towards renewables, but coal will continue to play an important role in the as an energy source for the next foreseeable future. The next point that was talked about and deliberated was that commercial mining is an important step towards meeting the expanded demand. It is expected that the energy demand would require a lot of extra coal, and it is obviously not within the capabilities of Coal India alone to supply the entire quantities, and therefore it was felt that commercial mining is a very important step towards meeting the expanded needs of energy, and therefore it should be handled and managed well. The third, as Mr. Sushil Banerjee spoke about it, that means coal gasification is a key ingredient towards clean energy for the future. We had speakers from across the globe, including the US, who briefed us of the latest technologies as we move ahead. So this is, in short, the quick points that we discussed on the 3 key aspects as of yesterday. Today, as Mr. Stefanos outlined, we talk about the Indian steel industry. What's its futures, and what are the strategies to meet key raw materials? The strategies to meet its key raw materials like iron ore, metallurgical coal, and obviously scrap, with an increasing presence of secondary steel in the market. These are all important raw materials, and the steel industry needs to grapple with the problems and issues concerned so that the flow of material continues unabated to meet our ambitious targets. Steel, not so long ago, was a controlled duopoly of Steel Authority and Tata Steel. And very often we had people who termed it as a sunset industry, as a value destroying industry. However, today, several years later, as we look back, it has grown into a vibrant 100 million ton entity with newer players like JSW, JSPL, ArcelorMittal and Vedanta raring to go. So the entire consideration that it was a sunset industry and a value destroying industry is completely being proved wrong. Steel is an important pillar in our vision of the $5 trillion economy, and the output has been pegged at 300 million tons in the near future. And therefore, it's an important target to aim for all the steel makers of India. The steel industry, therefore, needs to rediscover itself, as Mr. Sushim Banerjee was talking about, not only to increase production, which is a unidimensional view, but also to play an important role in managing the supply dynamics, enhance customer value, and trigger market growth with enhanced per capita usage of steel. And it has to be obviously backed by a manageable cost and cost control initiatives through innovative approaches. So all of this, managing the market, managing the supply, and managing the costs, are important pillars which will determine the future success of steel industry. India is endowed with one important element that is required for the steel industry, which is iron ore reserves. It is endowed with good quality iron ore. How does the industry leverage this asset? And how does it attract investments to become a significant part of the global supply chain? And it is indeed a challenge to be overcome as we move ahead. It's my privilege to moderate this session, which is therefore titled as Indian Industry Facing Challenges of the New Normal and Beyond. To discuss this subject, I would like to welcome on panel our very distinguished speakers. Mrs. Soma Mandal, Director Commercial and Chairperson Designate of SAIL. As the paper said, that she has broken not the glass ceiling, but the steel ceiling. And we would like to extend our sincere congratulations to her and wish her a very good future. We have Mr. Dilip Oman, CEO of ArcelorMittal India. Welcome, Mr. Dilip Oman. We have Mr. Pankaj Malan, CEO of Vedanta Electro Steel Limited. Welcome, Mr. Pankaj Malan. We have also with us Mr. Rajiv Mohan Sherry, who is the MD of Autocompo India, who will give us his insights into the special steels aspect of Indian steel industry. A very warm welcome. We have also Mr. Ranjan Dhar joining us, who is the CMO of ArcelorMittal India. Welcome, Mr. Ranjan Dhar, to this session. Once again, a very warm welcome and thank you for joining us for this session. We are indeed very grateful to have you with us. The way we will handle the logistics of this session is that we will break it up into 4 slots for 4 speakers, approximately 15 minutes each, in the total 1 hour, 5 minutes that we have remaining. And we shall end it up with a short question and answer sessions. I am sure there will be lots of people who will want to ask questions of you of this very erudite and very august panel. We will therefore start with the questions that we have set for you, and we request you to put in the answers. There is only one small request from Mr. Dilip Oman. I guess he has to handle he has to attend a board meeting subsequently. So therefore, I would first address the questions to Mr. Oman, and Mr. Dhar would stay with us to answer any queries thereof. Is that okay, Mr. Oman? Is that fine with you?
Good morning and thank you very much.
Okay. The questions that we have for Mr. Oman was, as a new entrant to the Indian steel market, what has been the learnings of ArcelorMittal from this COVID experience? And how does ArcelorMittal see the Indian market sustaining and expanding in the near future?
As far as COVID-19 is concerned, whether it is ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel or any other entity, it has been a surprise pandemic to all. So everyone was caught on the wrong foot. But how agile, how nimble-footed we are was dependent on the organizations in the different geographies. The pandemic, COVID-19, has been, it came up with in such proportion that it was unheard of, unthought of. So, but then I think the Indian steel industry coped with it pretty well. For us, Mr. Partha Sengupta, just to correct, it is not ArcelorMittal India, it is ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. It's a joint venture of ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel.
Yeah,
and
right.
As you are aware, between them, they produce about 10% of world steel. I just thought I'll put that in the right perspective. Now coming back to COVID-19, for us, the most important was the safety and well-being of our employees. Everything else came secondary. That was paramount, and we worked together with our suppliers and with our customers, exchanging information on what best we could do to improve the situation, to improve the preventive and control measures of that were required to combat COVID. That was the only way, because there was no vaccine, no medicines. So how do we control the spread? And we put in place very quickly a host of measures to control the spread. And it helped us greatly. Not only was it important for us, but we also had to make sure that our suppliers were also incorporating the same measures. And we spread, out of goodwill, we spread the initiatives to our customers as well. Now, I think it was around 24th or 25th of March when the lockdown was announced. Obviously, the effect was quite catastrophic because everything came to a standstill. It depends on which location you are in. At least where we were operating, the effect was quite severe in Gujarat. But our pellet plants we managed to keep it operational. But the good thing is we immediately strategized on, under the present circumstances, what needs to be done. So we found out the right locations, found out the right products that which we had to export to remain in the game. So for example, we exported pellets during this time because we exported steel during this time because there was a total demand destruction in the first couple of months. I will summarize by saying that whatever we did paid off. By, I said 25th of March lockdown, by middle of May, we were at 100% capacity utilization in all our assets. So it was incredible. I mean, the only people I will congratulate is the employees of AMNS who got around working as a team to deliver what they did deliver, and obviously the government machinery that went out of the way to help us keep running. Now you asked, how do you see the Indian market sustaining and expanding in near future? Clearly, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel is keen on expanding in India, of increasing the footprint in India. And one good and bad thing is that the steel consumption in India is so low. The per capita steel consumption it's bad because it's slow. It's good for the steel industry because it can improve drastically. Even to reach the global average, it'll take a while, but that's a long way. Where is 78 and where is 225? 78 is what it is today in India. 225 is the global average, not to talk about advanced countries. So there's a long way to go and a huge scope for the steel industry in India. So we are quite bullish on the future of the steel industry in India. One issue that has come up, even though I heard Mr. Partha Sengupta talking about iron ore being the strong point of the steel manufacturers in India, but unfortunately, with the after the auction, what we find is that there is a severe shortage of iron ore in the state of Odisha, and I believe all the steel industries, many of the steel industries are today handicapped because of iron ore availability in that sector, especially the logistics. Having said this, the government of Odisha is working hard to ensure that those bottlenecks are removed, and the government of India is also working on how to remove the bottlenecks. I'll not talk about the price because price has gone through the roof for iron ore, but even the availability is affected. That's all, Mr. Sengupta.
Thank you, Mr. Oman. I would just like to follow up with one more question, which is that being a combination of two global giants, which is ArcelorMittal and Nippon, how do you see India and the Indian steel industry being a part of the global supply chain, and how does it play a significant role in this going forward?
See, very rightly asked, apart from the volume that it produces, the advantage is that both ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel are industry leaders in the space of innovation, quality, and sustainability. While we are talking about coal and coal being used in the for the next 30 years, I have a little different opinion. Coal can be used, should be used, because India is rich in coal. But we have to make sure that learning from the COVID experience, that we take care of the environment, we protect the environment. We have to take all possible steps to reduce our carbon footprint. And this is obligatory for all the steel industry, for all the players. And while we use coal, we have to ensure that we don't increase the carbon footprint. The emissions are kept under control so that our future generations don't have to go through the same struggle that we went through, what we went through during the COVID period. We are, obviously, there is no steel that between these two companies that we do not manufacture. So that is good news for India. I mean, we can look at a good way of pursuing Atmanirbhar Bharat. There should be, in a few years' time, there should be no reason why should we be importing steel into India. We should be in a position to manufacture all the steel that is being imported currently in India itself. Right now, our first intention is to develop while we are expanding our pellet capacity to 20 million tons, we want to, at stage 1, double the production in Hazira in Gujarat, and then we will be looking at both brownfield and greenfield opportunities going forward.
Thank you. And one last quick question. That means, which is that in India's journey to the 300 million capacity, what do you see as the Indian competitive canvas, the emerging Indian competitive canvas?
What is the competitive landscape? Yes, one canvas. One is we have a young growing population. So with the right skilling and training, we should have abundant resource of people to employ in the steel industry. Second, at this point I've already covered, it's a growing market and it will grow very rapidly. Now I'm not sure whether we reach 300 million by 2030, because that will ask for a big CAGR, which we may not be able to accomplish. But we will reach 300 million for sure at some point of time. As I understand, Niti Aayog is working out when we will reach, but it'll be, I think it'll be around maybe a couple of years, 3 years later, but we will definitely reach. We have seen during the COVID that rural India market held on. The tractor sales was very robust. The farming equipment sales was quite robust, and that kept us going. Then, very surprisingly to all, the auto industry sprung back into action. And even if you look at November, month on month, there is a 29% increase in sales, retail sales, though the figures are not confirmed yet. And year on year, also there was an improvement of 4%, even as late as November. Month on month, there has been an improvement. The only issue is commercial vehicles. There is still a 30% drop, but that is also, the good thing is even there it is picking up. And obviously tractor was also about 8% higher than last year. So the good thing is that rural has been strong, remains strong. Auto has picked up quite to the astonishment of all. Construction is picking up, and infrastructure is, though not picked up to the extent we want, but it has shown signs of improvement. So there is no reason why we should not why the Indian steel industry should not be picking up, why the market should not be picking up. And I think this Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative has been quite successful. And in fact, I didn't want to say hugely successful, but I think it's going in the right direction. And this will be a very big incentive, apart from the PLI, production-linked incentive, that 6,322 crores that is kept for the steel industry. I think that will also provide an incentive for the domestic steel industry to grow. And this is additional capacity. So additional capacity, additional sales has to take place to get the PLI. So this is an incentive to grow. I think that will happen. And then the MSME sector, we all need to take care of the MSME sector, which was affected during COVID. So I believe the steel players are helping the MSME sector. As far as AMNS is concerned, we are helping them through our hypermart network, and also we have launched e-sales for them so that they are able to use and avoid the middlemen so that they can directly buy the steel from us.
Thank you, Mr. Uman. I think I'd like to thank you for being a part of this panel. I'm sure there will be some questions, and which probably as you mentioned, Mr. Ranjan Dhar would take over. Thank you very much for your participation.
You're welcome, Mr. Sengupta. I enjoyed being with you, and I enjoyed your questions as well. And Ranjan Dhar is more capable than me to answer the questions that might come up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our next panelist, Mrs. Mandal of SAIL. At the outset, Mrs. Mandal, I'm extremely sorry that we had to change the sequence, and I was not able to inform your office. So my apologies. I'm extremely sorry for that, and I hope you would kind of accept that apology on behalf of BCCI. Thank you, Mrs. Mandal. Congratulations to you once again for this wonderful achievement. We'd just like to stick around for 3 questions, and I think I would like to repeat to you the issue of the steel demand, which is showing an encouraging pickup. Most of the speakers, as you heard, as was discussed yesterday, that there is an uptick as far as the demand is concerned, and we would really like to know from you the demand drivers which are active, and how do you see them panning out over the next 3 to 4 years, because it's not merely the recovery that we are talking about, but we are talking about enhanced GDP growth, as most of the investments people are talking about, of 8 to 9% and above for India in the next few years to come. So in that perspective, if you could give us some insights.
Good afternoon. And first I would like to wish my fellow classmate, Mrs. Abraham Stephanus. I think he's still there.
Yes. Thank you very much, Soma.
And my fellow panelist, and Mr. Partha Sengupta. See, the steel consumption of India had been growing pre-COVID. In fact, last year it had been a roller coaster where there was a dip in demand because it started with the US-China trade war, and there was a dip in demand within the country also. So between August to November, most of us had reduced production. But after November, mid-November, demand really picked up, and we really thought everything would be really very good, and that was pre-COVID. The steel consumption in India, as you see, we are the second largest consumer in 2019 at around 103 million tons, that is as per WSA. Now the restoration of activities have taken place, and in steel, we have seen a V-shaped recovery. The basic demand over the period of time initially was from the rural. We saw the rural pickups in the tractor sales. We saw that in the agri-equipment sales, and that basically came up because of shortage of labor and also push from producers. The infrastructure, including highways, you have the government push for all the projects and constructions. The CPSEs doing the best as far as the capex. The capex is concerned. We are all of us are trying to achieve the capex committed, or even, if possible, do more than that, and also planning for the next year also. The automobile sector, the basic requirement became the need for mobility, need for safety, because of which initially we saw the scooter and the cycle demands come up. Now the personal vehicles demand has also come up. Only thing which has not come up is the commercial vehicles. That would, I think, come up along with the other restoration of other, maybe the rail sector, the traffic there. The white goods sector, there was a pent-up demand, and coupled with the festival season, this demand has also really picked up over the last few months. Two major developments are defining the steel demand. One is the government intervention through various schemes, including the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Secondly, the adequate liquidity in the market. Global demand for steel, globally you will see it would be hardly be 1.2% or so. That is what is forecasted between 2018 to 30. But the strong demand would be expected in India and other developing nations. The limited addition of capacity which is expected in the next few years would see that the current global capacity overhang would get closed by 2025. For us, the constant demand drivers would be construction, infrastructure, automotive, engineering, fabrication. We expect, in fact, I was seeing one of the Niti Aayog's figure also, beyond 2021, we would see it's between 7.5 to 8, more than 8% could be the driver, a tentative calculation beyond 21. There is a dip this year, but beyond 21, that would be the growth rate. So here is where we expect the growth to come from.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful. As we also meet consumers of steel, there is a lot of concern in the consumer industry, and which was actually summed up yesterday in some of the newspapers that I was reading, which we are saying that many industries are planning to up their prices to us. So finally, we consumers are at the receiving end, where it is expected that our refrigerators and ACs and all that we use for steel is going to go up, essentially because of the cost push that is there from the steel industry. And of course, as is always true, steel industry will always say that we are being pushed by our suppliers, namely iron ore and the rest of it. So as consumers, I think as consumers of steel, not us only, but also consumers of steel, as you mentioned about all the key industries like automobile and agriculture and all the rest of it, everybody is cribbing, if I may use the word. And yet again, I saw today that there's another 4,000 rupees increase which is being planned, which is nice for the bottom line of the steel industry, good for return on capital of steel. Being a part of the steel industry, I feel happy for that. But I think as consumers, we also need to listen to what is being talked about. So, ma'am, what is your view, and how do you think this aspect going to pan out over the next few months, or where do you see the direction moving, and is it always going to be one way? Obviously, steel is cyclic, I wouldn't say that, but once the normal moves up, then everything moves up along with it. So there's a lot of noise, and I was just wondering how you are planning to take that on.
See, let us first understand how does a price move in any commodity or steel. It is basic. Historically, it had been only supply and demand. Subsequently, geopolitical, economical, global economic impact, trade between two countries, trade barriers, all that has impacted the price, including the prices of raw material, which does give a cost push to our products. It's an open economy. Steel is a deregulated sector. Our domestic prices are impacted by international prices, besides the market forces of demand and supply within the country. Currently, the prices in overseas market has been perking up, and so is our domestic market. Domestic market is because of the sentiments of global as well as the supply and demand position in the domestic market. If you really look at it, we cannot overlook the cost of the input material, global prices. Why is the global prices so high? There is an increase in demand in countries like China or many other countries post-COVID. But we have to understand there is a cost push also, a major cost push. Today you have iron ore prices around 150, which we could have never imagined. It's nearly 1.5 times of what the cost of coking coal is today. So having seen that the cost of input material, the global prices, Indian prices cannot be insulated to that. It is a market which depends on the global prices and the domestic supply-demand side. Okay, now coming to the domestic, okay, because of the perked up demand in the domestic market, we producers, we have reduced our export exposure. It's not that we are exporting and increasing the domestic prices. All of us have reduced export substantially to ensure that the availability of material is there in the domestic market. But if you look at it, what was the domestic supplies? If you look at April to November, the big six, the main primary producers, there was a reduction by around 10% reduction in production as compared to corresponding year last year. And in the secondary sector, the reduction was around 22%. But if you consider just November, all of us have increased our production. And if you consider just November, the top six, the primary producers have increased by nearly 8%, and secondary producers is still low by around 5.5%. There's a net increase in November over CPL by around 2.7%, around 3%. Consumption between April to November, there has been a cumulative shortfall of around 21%, but just November, the increase is 11%. This I'm saying just to tell you that there has been an increase in demand in the country also. And there has been, if you really in totality, a reduction in availability not because of the primary sector, because of the challenges which the secondary sector face, which includes various aspects, including raw materials maybe, and along with that labor, etc. So we will come back to pre-COVID. We have already crossed the pre-COVID production levels. Market will stabilize. But once the steel producing countries achieve the optimal production levels of supply and global supplies of iron ore stabilizes, there would be another issue of the Australian-China trade issue also. With this, once it stabilizes, I would expect the steel prices also to stabilize at a level in the months to come. But this would also depend on how economy around the world stabilizes post-COVID, how the COVID impact is moving. We do not know whether COVID is going to come back again, how fast the vaccination is going to take place. So it all depends on all that, but I would see more stability in the near future.
Thank you, ma'am. That's very reassuring. I think our customers who would be who would be listening to you will feel happy about it, and I'm sure and I hope that it moves that way. Now let me move you to another subject, which is that India is planning and has got, as we heard from our earlier speakers, we have our clear target of 300 million tons of steel in the near future. While it may not be on the date that is thought about, but within a plus 5 years or so, we are all planning to reach 300 million tons of steel. So let me ask you, as one of the important players who contribute to the supply side, what's more difficult? Which means in this 300 million, where do you see the real problem? Is it from the demand or is it from the supply side? Because building capacity in India is always a very daunting task. And we had Mr. Naveen Jindal yesterday also, who spoke about how difficult it is to put up plans considering all the issues that are concerned. So therefore, what really pushes home, and where do you see the problem? And what in your view should be done, or how do you see these problems to be overcome, which is going to be a key element of trying to get to 300 million?
The national steel policy envisages a crude steel capacity of 300 million tons, out of which we are already at 140 plus. It envisages the finished steel domestic consumption would be around 206 million tons and around 24 million tons of exports, if you read the national steel policy. So that brings it to around 230 million tons of production, because we would assume that our capacity utilization throughout the country would not be at levels of 100% naturally. Globally, generally it would be around it's sometimes when demand is low, maybe less than 80, and if demand becomes higher, it will become more than 80. That's what happens when you consider a whole geographical area. It also envisages around 20% to be through the electric arc furnace route, and around 10% to be through the IF route. Plus, I think 2% through the other routes. As I have mentioned earlier, demand would not be a problem. When NPS was, National Steel Plant, NSP was done, you would see they have worked out very clearly each segment expecting what would be the growth rate. And after that, they have come to a capacity. With the thrust in the in infrastructure, the various schemes of the government, and also the rapidly growing economy, I wouldn't expect a major issue from the scale of the demand side. The steel capacity today is around 142 million tons, and we have to scale it up to 300 million tons. This will call for a big ticket investment. And it is said for each in a integrated steel plant, the total integrated, each cost of 1 million ton costs around 6,500 crores for each million ton. So it depends on how big the plant is, could be less. But if you take a thumb rule of 6,000 to 6,500 million tons, you can imagine the scale of investment which is required. We'll also have to build linkages of raw material, iron ore, coking coal. So far as the iron ore is concerned, there would be challenges of securing not only the mines, also getting all the necessary clearances, whether it's forest clearances, environment clearances, within the scheduled time. Industry players have been working along with government to make investment in steel attractive. There are disabilities, I'm sure this has been discussed in your conference, which is plaguing the steel industry, which is high infrastructure cost, high logistics cost, low infrastructure, high finance cost, discouraging tax structure across the value chain, high power tariffs, and these are among the major causes. These are being discussed at various levels, and solutions, we are trying to find out solutions to that. But when I would consider the major challenge would come from the availability of land. That's my perception. There are a lot of brownfield expansions being planned now, but there's limitations to what can be through brownfield route. As per press report, JSW is planning a major greenfield expansion in Odisha, but the land availability within the private players could become a major issue. Of course, as you have seen that around 20%, around 60 million ton capacity is being planned through electric arc furnaces route. So for that, we would require the scrap, not only the scrap policy being implemented in a spirit, but also the availability of physical, because for India, the steel industry is not a very old industry. So availability of scrap is not much. So what the national steel policy envisages is both integrated steel plants and small plants also. So far as I would feel that the main challenge would come from maybe the land acquisition, the various availability, not only availability, iron ore is available, to getting all the necessary clearances. So far as the growth goes, India holds real promise. You have government initiatives like Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, the PLI scheme which has been declared recently is very interesting. This will all go a great way to attract a lot of investments, and domestic and FDI. Government is taking measures to facilitate the industry, including raw material security. There are a lot of auctions of mines, both commercial as well as for in-house consumption. Logistics and banking reforms are taking place, banking reforms to help the MSME industry, because it's not about only producing steel, manufacturing you manufacture steel, you should have the MSMEs who would be the consumers of your steel also. So there are a lot of reforms in the MSME sector. I would reiterate that government investment in various infrastructure development initiatives would have a multiplier effect. So demand of steel, I do not consider would be a major impact. It would be the supply side constraint which would come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Mandal, and once again I would apologize for the reversal of the schedule as was planned. But
can I leave for the day? I have some.
Yes, please. I mean, no problem.
Thank you so much.
We would thank you so much. And if there are any questions, we will send it to your office or your secretariat. And sincere thanks for taking time off. I know how busy you are, for taking time off and for your being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, please. Stefanos, you are muted.
Thank you very much. So it's good to
thank you.
see you and hear you on screen.
Good to see you also. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we should be planning a get-together of old associates or old kind of classmates, I think,
Yeah,
where we can all participate.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Your replies were very insightful. Thank you. We move on to Mr. Pankaj Malan. Welcome, Mr. Pankaj Malan.
Thank you, Mr. Sen Gupta, for having me.
Thank you. It was indeed wonderful. And you represent, I think, the organization which is one of the latest entries into steel. And it is a kind of, what should I say, as an integration of the already existing business that you have been in India for a long time, which is iron ore mining. So wonderful. And let me ask you the obvious, which means that having just entered into the steel industry, how did it really COVID affect you? And what are the steps you took so that you could manage the short term, let's say disruptor?
Sure. I think we entered steel 2 years back and we acquired Electro Steels Limited through IBC process. So Vedanta being essentially a non-ferrous player, but then of course we were having iron ore mines, so it made all logical sense to move towards the downstream side of that. So we were doing well when we took over, and of course there was some slowdown in the industry itself last year. So we had a terrible bad time. Of course, the demand level started looking well from November last year onwards and was picking up month-on-month basis till 24th March, when lockdown was announced because of COVID, and which impacted our supply chains and the demand level in the country even. Yeah, when COVID hit us and we've been essentially a long product player, the very first priority for us was to ensure the safety and well-being of the employees. So that foremost task which we had put in place as our foremost plan, I think that worked wonders for us. Our employees became the champions of turning around the business during that difficult period. We were into, or we are still into long products, and we are essentially making TMT bars and wire rods. At that time when lockdown hit us, I think the demand in the country was too low, and production also went almost to 1/3 levels for most of the players in the industry. We were quick to make sure that we look for alternate ways and realign our product portfolio with the demand levels and the customer preferences. We could go across the borders. That was for the first time that we could do that, and I think we were able to manage our volumes in Q1 itself intact. But yes, we did see some product portfolio change. The action plan that we put in place for our own employees, I think that worked very well. Post-COVID, of course, there is a change in terms of the working ways. Work from home has become a new normal, and that new normal is actually giving us a lot of insights what exactly needs to be done in the operations itself and in the businesses also. So a lot of automation focus and digitalization focus has actually come up. And we as an organization are also looking heavily into digitizing our business processes and even the plant automation systems. Post-COVID, one thing which we did, and we migrated ourselves to SAP HANA, which improved the mobility of the employees. And we also personally think going forward, post-COVID, the competition intensity is going to be with the players who are going to be more digital savvy on the front end. Competition was there and it is going to be there, but yes, how much differentiated in terms of your offerings you can bring to the customer, that is going to be the key. So net, in terms of our product portfolio, we are back to our pre-COVID levels. Demand is not an issue right now for the long products. Over last month, and the prices have also started seeing some good momentum in terms of long products. And we are very, very hopeful that we would be able to sustain our full capacity utilizations at the current level. And we would also be, positive and bullish about the prices going into next 2 quarters.
Great. It's very interesting that you talked about digital and automation and the emphasis on that and the change that is happening in the industry because of that. So in a way, we heard you say that digitally enabled companies are likely to be more competitive and agile to handle such changes that we move around. That's great. I think that's a very interesting observation, which actually brings me to a very key question in the portfolio that you are existing, which is namely the long product. And I think it's no discovery that long product is long product industry is strewn and filled with lots of people of various kinds. Some who are on the IF route, some who are on the arc furnace route, some who are on the blast furnace route, some you have re-rollers and you have patras and you have, name it and you are there. And mostly they are in long products in terms of TMT. Of course, wire rods are far less. So therefore, there has always been a concern in the quality of the long products that has been there in the market. Very often, common house builders or users of long products have been conned into buying products which are not very safe. If you remember look back a little bit on time, the Ahmedabad earthquake which happened, which took down a lot of buildings, actually exposed it, that how the unorganized sector is playing havoc as far as the industry, as far as the construction industry is concerned and the lives of people. So thereafter, of course, there has been some restrictions, some kind of BIS standards, which was always there, but at least being implemented. So the question to you is that while you said that COVID brings in digital agility based on digital, where do you see this going? What do you see the emergence of this industry? It's a very important industry. And as Mrs. Mandal also said, that a good 20-30% is still going to be through the electric steel route of the 300 million. So therefore, it has continued to be important. It has got a lot of industries in the MSME who qualify to be in the MSME, and therefore it's important for employment. So where do you see this transformation going? How do you see the industry changing?
Okay. I think there's a lot of focus, post-COVID, what we have personally realized, so we are making steel through a primary steel route. But then we also have a lot of regional players, especially in the TMT segment, which you also mentioned. A market size where somewhere around 27-28 million tons of steel TMT demand is there. So 45% of the odd demand is being met by the primary steel producers. So more than half of the market is being fed, and largely these players are regional and local players. I would say one thing which have gone very well with some of the regional and local players is the kind of marketing push which they have created and the kind of distribution networks they have created. Especially when I really look onto the eastern side, their kind of distribution networks are really good. While it is taking time for a lot of steel players, especially established ones, steel players, they have their own distribution channels. It's equally difficult for the new ones to come up and start establishing their distribution channel to that level. So one thing which is doing rounds is how you can actually educate the customer, and this education would happen through a lot of marketing initiatives, which we as an organization have already started. Number one, and number two, we are also trying to now push our sales. We've been essentially B2B player. We are entering into B2C right now. And our push is through e-commerce activities more. We are just launching our e-commerce platform. And this e-commerce platform, coupled with the social media for the updation of the awareness of the customers in terms of the various standards, be it BS, BIS or IS, I think that is very, very important. Both the mechanical and the chemical properties need to be made aware to the customers to a level where they understand what are they buying and how they're going to buy. One more thing which is really going to differentiate the players, primary producers, and very for the quality conscious customers is going to be with respect to the kind of offerings we are going to have. It's not going to be only the product, but also the solutions that we are going to sell across. So today, I think the time has come where, the companies, and especially the steel companies, have to, I think like FMCG companies, and they have to embrace leading sales and distribution practices, which typically a FMCG company would be having. And, one thing which I also keep telling my folks is that we also need to start tracking the tertiary and the secondary sales. And we need to now get to the customers not only with your products, which is typically a rebar or maybe a bench, but a solution how we can actually contribute to their kind of requirements. So when you start getting to the customers with these kind of models on an e-commerce platform, on a digital platforms, and even with the solutions, I think there would be a lot of quality consciousness which can be brought in terms of awareness of the customers, and some kind of differentiated products. Typically, if I speak about TMT, I think the world was there at 450D, then graduated to 500D, now 550, and now some of the players like us, we are talking about 600D. So you are upping the ante in terms of the quality also, where the steel intensity per unit area would be reducing. So which would be also putting some kind of entry barrier for the secondary steel producers, which are through EF routes, in terms of making sure they are not able to live up to those quality marks. But having said that, when the country is going to see almost 40% of the steel coming through EF or IF route, some kind of technology interventions is also equally important over there. Like one of my fellow panelists said that there are issues in terms of getting land, in terms of putting up the future projects. I think one of the important aspects is going to be AF and IF route. So we need to really look into the technology part over there also, because that technology part would be really helping us to balance out in terms of sustainability. Typically, a primary steel producer would be having almost close to 2.2 kilos of CO2 per ton of steel, but EF or an IF route would be having almost 1/4 of that. So it's equally important that we start really relooking into those technologies and strengthening those areas also. So where we are also very keen in terms of getting into our foothold in terms of that area, because that would be faster to the market and closer to the customers. But yes, technology intervention is also equally important, and we are really evaluating those options also.
Great. I think that is that's actually the step in the correct measures. So the next and obvious question is, just having entered steel, where do you see yourself in the 300 million? It's a little futuristic, and I really don't want to pry on your company's plans. But I would definitely very interesting to hear what is a group like Vedanta thinking about its participation in the steel industry. How does it see its peer competitive, kind of canvas? What's your space, and what are you looking for really? Obviously, this is not a one-off foray; it's a well thought out foray.
I think it's a very good question for a group like Vedanta. If you really look into Vedanta's portfolio, we've been amongst the top 2 guys in the segment where we've been always. Be it zinc, copper, aluminium, oil, silver, everywhere we've been amongst the top 2. We've just entered into steel, and when we actually really relook into the competitive landscape, the top 4 possibly are they're far ahead than us. Not easy to catch up with them, but our focus is not going to be on catching up with these guys, but important would be that how can we be sharper in terms of our product offerings, sharper in terms of our product portfolios. There are a lot of areas where the steel is still getting imported. So there are options existing over there to be having an entry point over there. So we are and we were and we are still evaluating technology options over there, and that would be diversifying our product portfolio. But there are opportunities available. But yes, with NSP 2017 all around, with a thought of 300 million tons, I think there is a room which is existing. But we would be really loving to be a sharper, player than where we are today.
Thank you. I think that's a very nice view of the future. It laid out very clearly in terms of what are your future plans. So thank you, Mr. Pankaj Malan. Wonderful to speak to you. I would then move on to our next
speaker.
Thank you, Mr.
Singh.
Thank you so much. We would now move on to our next speaker, Mr. Rajiv Sherry. I think he is with us. Yes, that's right. So welcome to the discussion, Mr. Sherry. And while we have been talking about steel and we've been talking about largely people who have been flat products or TNT and wire rods, I think you bring to the table a completely different, let's say, offering on the table, which is stainless steel. And obviously, I would extend that to say that it's specialized steel. And so therefore, the questions for you would obviously be slightly different in terms of the interest that you represent. And one of the first questions that we have for you is that where do you see stainless steel? We would like to consider that India is an emerging market of stainless steel. So how does COVID play out, or how did COVID play out from this, not only in terms of recovery, but also in terms of does it help in how it helps in driving future consumption and increase of stainless steel consumption in the market. In addition, if you could just give us a quick view of what the stainless steel market, it would be probably helpful to many of the listeners who are, just to give a quick view of what Indian stainless steel market is and how do you feel it's going.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me for this August panel today and sharing this session. So first of all, I would like to talk a little bit about stainless steel itself, because stainless steel, in my opinion, is a wonder metal, because it has the properties that makes it very unique. So stainless steel is preferred mainly wherever you have a corrosive environment and you want to improve the life of your equipments. And the biggest advantage of stainless steel being that it is 100% recyclable material. And in that case, it has very low carbon footprint, and the carbon dioxide emissions are also quite low. So stainless steel becomes a popular choice of the material when people are looking for a long service life of the material, where it is very easy to maintain and where you can have different kind of corrosive environments where the normal steel may withstand maybe for 5 years or 10 years, but stainless steel can be there for 20 years, 40 years, depending on the kind of grade that we use. So with that background, the total market for stainless steel globally is in the range of about 50 to 55 million tons. It is much smaller as compared to entire basket of steel. And in India currently, if we take flat product and also long product, the total market is in the range of about 3 million tons. And Outokumpu, we are basically a company who innovated or started the stainless steel material. And our headquarters is in Finland, in Helsinki, and manufacturing plants are located in places like Finland, Sweden, Germany, USA, UK, Mexico, and operations and sales offices are in various countries. We are number 1 in terms of market share in Europe and number 2 in Americas. And in Asia, we play a significant role in specialty of stainless steel. So our market share for commodity stainless steel is low in Asia, but we focus on high-end applications in India. With this background, the impact of COVID, which we have seen in 2020. So if we compare Q2 of 2020, our sales were impacted by about 10%, and in Q3 they were reduced by about 20% on global basis. But we have already seen a very strong Q4 now, and also the demand during Q1 of next year is very bullish. And most of our plants are running with full capacity utilization now, and the lead times are going to 4 months or 5 months of lead time. And mainly the demand is coming back from automotive industry, for example, and also from appliance industry, where we are seeing that demand has suddenly increased. So the reason that it is possible that during the COVID time, that many people, they were holding on their purchases for automotive and appliances, and now they are more hopeful, and also they saved some money by not going on vacation, for example, or not having much opportunity to spend time in the restaurants or in the bars. So a lot of money probably was also saved working people from home. And now they have also realized that these kind of equipments becomes a part of our life. And people prefer to travel by private vehicles currently because of safety reasons. So demand for two-wheelers or cars, I think it is increasing globally. And people are spending more money for dishwashers, for refrigerators, and other equipments. So now we have to be cautious. As I was saying, that demand has increased in Q4 and also very good in Q1. But still we have to remain carefully optimistic, because the COVID still, it is not gone. And we are listening that now vaccination program has started in some countries, and it will start in our country also. But if there is another wave, or if there is something more, because now winter season is coming, and then we have to see that how the impact it is going to be. So we have to focus on cost controls and basically ensure that if the situation is repeating, then we are better prepared. And organization during such difficult times, they have to make sure that they can still maintain their bottom line.
Right. How do you see the Indian market? I mean, you talked about being in the high-end part of the industry, the stainless steel industry. But how do you see the Indian market panning out vis-a-vis, let's say, the growth that has happened in China? India also, it's showing an uptick, but where do you see it growing, and the demand for high-end products, or even commercial stainless steel for that matter? And what is your take on that?
So with the lot of advantage with the stainless steel, definitely it is a material of choice, and many places customers or end users, they are replacing other material like stainless steel in various applications. So we are expecting that stainless steel demand to increase globally by about 3 to 4%, and in India in the range of 8 to 10% growth in India. And if we see the past data also, stainless steel is the fastest growing metal if we compare with other peers like aluminum or copper or normal steel. So stainless steel is definitely outperforming other metals. And we are expecting the same thing will continue in future.
Great. I think that's interesting, because ideally speaking, it should. And I think some policies of the government has also aided this process, where they have shaped it to life calculations rather than L1 calculations. And I think the railways and many other industries are changing to it, which is good news, I think, in terms of the overall cost that is there of usage. Which brings me to a question, which is the second part, which is that if you see India growing at 8 to 10% and stronger growth in the future, so when do we see a Outokumpu plant in India? We have got chrome ore, we've got iron ore, you heard a lot of that. There may be a temporary blip in availability, but I'm sure it's going to become good over time. So where do you see Outokumpu's role in India? Because with this Atmanirbhar push and the fact that we are growing to 300 million, so why is, what is Outokumpu planning as far as its production footprint in India is concerned?
Of course, India is a strategic growth market for Outokumpu, and it is company's strategy to improve footprint in India. And in our case, we have two major raw material for producing stainless steel. One is the recycled or scrap steel. So in our products, we have more than 85% of raw material as scrap, which we are recycling. And secondly is the chrome or ferrochrome. And Outokumpu, we are the only company with our own mines of chrome in Kemi, Finland. And this mine actually now supplying chrome to all Outokumpu units. And the chrome, I think in my opinion, now we have gone into expansion of the chrome mine. And earlier we were underground by half a kilometer, but now we are going under by 1 kilometer to extract the ore from the mine. So the life of this mine, in my opinion, is still 30-40 years plus. So that ensures that good quality chrome availability to Outokumpu for our operations. We also sell some part of our chrome ore to other customers currently. And for setting up a plant, of course, there are different stages that when you have the melting or whether you have hot rolling or cold rolling service centers. So these are the different steps. And we are basically focusing now, as of now, to see the opportunity to start with some downstream activity and then grow the market and bring it to some sizable scale and then take next step. So we already are working in India now for more than 14 years since we started our office in India, and we have a very strong technical team to provide service to our customers and give solution for their application. We are also supplying material through our warehouse operations in India. And next step, I think, will be to go for some kind of value addition in India.
Wonderful. I think that's a correct and a very good strategy. And we would be obviously very happy to have you have a service center of stainless steel in India. It would be a great development at stage one. And then as we grow our usage, so would be the growth of scrap in future. And someday we should be able to see an Outokumpu plant here because we have got good mines here and good quality ore. So with that, we come to the end of this session. Thank you, Mr. Sherry, for your participation. I would just like to go back to Arnab to check if there are any questions for anybody.
So there are a few questions that I have asked. One was for Mr. Dilip Oman, which I'm sure Mr. Dhar would be able to answer that. The question that I have sent already to you, I'm reading it out, that there are two questions. If there be no increase in the public spending in the infrastructure sector, there is little hope in sustainability of the growth of steel industry. How do you look as the policy initiatives of the Government of India, state governments and PSUs in this direction? That is number one. Number two is PLI is basically export linked. does it really benefit the MSME sector who contributes to the steel industry more aggressively? The second question particularly was meant for Mr. Dilip Oman.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm just feeling like Kamala Harris. Mr. Oman has given me this role to suddenly answer for him, but I'll do whatever best I can. I think on your question whether public spending will be muted, it has been muted during the COVID phase of 2020. Our own understanding in our interaction with various government agencies and also the companies which are in the infrastructure space, be it companies like L&T and others, it will be fast-tracked in the year 2021 and beyond. I have always believed personally, and as our company's position also, that India does not have any option not to grow. So let us not be pessimistic about growth. We have to be focused on how to manage this growth in terms of investments and acceleration, and the right kind of growth should happen. I don't think we should be doubtful about India's growth because we do not have an option. We have a young population. The population has needs. The population has job needs. So I think that said, all the agencies, including government, including public spending, will happen. Yes, it was muted in 2020 for obvious reason and probably genuine reasons. But I think 2021 onwards, you will see that happening back again. Now, the question always is, can we do better? Yes, of course. There are areas where we can accelerate further. There are areas we can do better. But that is a matter of detailing. But I think we are rightly positioned in terms of getting the growth back. Also in terms of public spending on infrastructure. I don't think it will remain like it was in the year of 2020 or slightly in the year 2019 as well. Now, about the PLI scheme, first of all, the PLI scheme is still under process. There is a cabinet approval. There are still discussions happening on that. I think it is not only export linked, it is investment linked. It is also substitution linked. So when you talk about MSMEs and all that, obviously, if you see, we should not look at PLI scheme only restricted from a restricted prism of steel industry. So PLI scheme is for auto industry, it is for auto component, and it is for steel. So when the user industry of auto component and other industries, wherein a lot of MSME participation is there, and they do get benefited when their market opens for export, they need to be supported from indigenously made steel. That will get boost under this PLI scheme. And I think that whole scheme end to end fits very well, and I think it is well thought of, and it will bring an acceleration.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would request Mr. Partha Sengupta to kindly conclude the session with a formal vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Arnab. Let me start by saying a quick thank you to our President-designate Abraham Stephanus, who was with us through this session. He set the tone for the discussion in terms of flagging off that there has been a good recovery, and let us hope that it goes in the right direction. I'd like to thank Mr. Sushil Banerjee, who followed, who also mentioned about GDP increase and the good news surrounding the GDP. And he mentioned key features like the PLI, the government support to steel industry, the increase in rural usage, and particularly of training and the issue of washing of coal to have better larger amount of metallurgical coal in the country. A big thank you to all our speakers. Mrs. Mandal, Mr. Dilip Oman, Mr. Dhar, who filled in for him, Mr. Pankaj Malan, and Mr. Sherry. While I would have possibly liked to go through a quick summary of these, but I think time is running out. We are just past 1, and I would not like to be blamed as the one who is overshot. So I would like to thank every speaker for very insightful discussions that have been there. And indeed, it has given us a full view of the entire steel industry, focusing on the demand side and what has COVID taught us for the future. And it's been indeed very, very enlightening, and I'm sure all the listeners and all the participants in this seminar have gained enormously from it. I think I would be failing in my duty if I do not thank all the sponsors for this event. A big thank you to all the sponsors, and of course the BCCI support team for having conducted it today without any glitches. And I think it's a wonderful job to manage so many centers together. So it's been a great job. All in all, I think thank you very much. It was wonderful interacting with all of you. And I hope that the seminar carries on in the same way, and we can have a meaningful and a good outcome, which I think, Arnab, we should share with all the speakers when we make summaries.
Yes, sir. Sorry for interrupting you. Yes,
no, carry on. So
we would, as discussed yesterday, we are preparing a proceeding with recommendations set that we'll be sharing with all the speakers soon. Of course, we have mentors like Mr. Stefanos, through which we will get a guideline for the set of recommendations that overall, whatever we have discussed throughout the day of yesterday and today, will make a summary, and a set of recommendations will be sent to the respective governments. That is what we have planned for, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So with that, we come to the end of this session.
Thank you,
once
sir.
again, a big thank you to everybody, and wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavka.
Thank you. We'll be coming back again at 2 o'clock with the business session 1, building Atmanirbhar Bharat, ensuring Make in India future of steel industries in India. We have very eminent panelists and speakers, Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, Chairman SEL, Mr. P.K. Bishnoi, former CMD RINL, Mr. P.K. Roth, Chairman and MD RINL, Dr. Vinod Nawal, Deputy MD JSW Steel Limited, Mr. Anil Anand, Managing Director Paul Worth India Private Limited. So stay tuned and please come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work.
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world So united in crisis, created not by wars, but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিস পাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিস পাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টার্ন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. To switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. and then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
Two principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিসপাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিসপাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. and then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
Two principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিসপাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিসপাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
We are having a very interesting session. We are starting business session 1, building Atmanirbhar Bharat, ensuring Make in India, future of steel industries in India. I would request Chairperson of the Metals Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Shushim Banerjee, to kindly take it forward from here. Sir, over to you.
Okay. So we are honored today to have Mr. Anil Chaudhary, Chairman SAIL, with us for a brief chat session. Mr. Chaudhary, the Chairman SAIL, he served for a long period as Director of Finance before taking over as chairmanship. And I know he has also a very keen interest in all aspects of steel marketing. I find that only in last month, SAIL production has gone up by 7%, and with improvement in total sales, and the prices are going up. So today, Mr. Chaudhary must be in a very happy mood, and we are fortunate to catch him in that happy mood. So, sir, we have about 20 minutes with us. So I'll be putting up to you around 3 to 4 questions, and it need not be that way specified that every question will take 5 minutes. If you feel you can spend some more time for a particular question depending on the question itself. So my first question will be, the COVID-19 pandemic had a disastrous impact on the performance of the economy. Our economy has also suffered. As a major PSU in the steel sector, what was SAIL's experience and strategic thrusts that you have undertaken to cope with the challenges?
First of all, to Mr. Banerjee and also the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to interact with all of you. Really, it is my good fortune I'm talking to the audience which is connected all over the world. In addition to this mode, virtual mode, they are also there. It is getting streamed live over Facebook and also YouTube, I have been told. So I'm sure it must be reaching a large audience. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Sushim Banerjee, you all know, and all others, you all know that this COVID-19, it has a disastrous impact all over the world. And the Indian economy and the Indian steel industry has not been an exception. And you know, we started recovering after economic slowdown, after auto slowdown, and after elections from mid-November onwards only. And things were going very fine. In December, we had the record sales. Not only Steel Authority, but everybody had the record sales. And things were simply getting fine in the month of January, February. But suddenly, in the mid of the February, we realized that there was something amiss. Because we find that most of the buyers, they started delaying their purchases. As a consequence of that, everybody started accumulating inventory from the month of February. And March, of course, immediately after the lockdown, the things really went very difficult. And for us, maintaining production and also selling material in the market was very, very difficult. But somehow I find that this was the one period when the entire steel industry came together. I remember we had our first video conferencing under the aegis of this Indian Steel Association. We all sat together, all the captains of the industry from private to public sector, we all sat together and we worked out our strategy, how to take care of production and at the same time, how to cope up with the slowdown in the sales. The challenge before us was that how to maintain our supply chain to continue with our production. And I must thank Ministry of Steel. They came very, I would say, handy for us. And I remember the first conference was taken by our then Secretary Steel, Mr. Vinay Kumar, on 23rd. And he told everybody that we should write to them and we should also take up with the state government that wherever we are finding problem in supply chain maintenance, that should be taken up. And thereafter, as I said, that we met over Zoom on 25th and we discussed our problems. And that was something which gave us a lot of confidence. No doubt, the period of April and May, it was very, very difficult. We had the problem in maintaining the production. And at the same time, you all know that the demand in the domestic market, it simply came down to zero. But somehow we all, with the help of mutual discussion, we could rationalize the production. And also, one good thing we did, particularly in SAIL, we did that we continued our supplies to Indian Railway because there was no logistic problem and railways maintained the wagons availability. And whenever we needed their help in carrying the finished product, they did that. And after that, again, when they rearrange themselves, we found that there was no problem in getting material through rail. And we did a very fine balancing between domestic sales and the exports. Of course, during April, there was no domestic sales. It was almost zero. We hardly sold 16,000 tons in the domestic market. And but we maintained our supplies to Indian Railways. And the inventory till the end of May, it went up to 2 million ton. And that was a very, very difficult task for us, that how to maintain a balance between production and the market demand. But somehow we could do that. And despite having the inventory of 2 million ton, we took up with the banks and we could maintain our credit lines. Then came the month of June, and we really started feeling that the lockdown was over, or it was getting over, and the market really started giving us the good signals. And you all know, from June onwards, there was no looking back. And SAIL also had its the best June ever in the history of the company, and we sold a lot of material. July, August, September, again we recorded the best of the sales, and as a consequence of this, we found that there was 31% growth in the sales of the company in the second quarter. Of course, first quarter was a dampener. There was a degrowth to the extent of 37%. But second quarter, that really gave us a good fillip. That good time continued. Like even in the month of October, we had 14% growth in production and almost 25% growth in sales. Then again in the month of November, we could have the same sales as we had in the last year, and there was 7% growth in the production also. But I find that during this difficult time, definitely if we are able to maintain our balance in the domestic market and the export market, and also we are able to ramp up our production rationally, any difficult time, this was caused by COVID, but in any difficult time, if we are able to do this, so certain lessons have been learned, which I definitely like to put forth for my viewers today. One is that we should always continue to export, because once we have a stable export market, even if there is some problem in the domestic market, we can always fall back to export, and also we can have a market which is stable than the domestic market. Second, the maintenance of liquidity for every industry must, and that is very important for the steel industry. So keep dialogue open with your bankers, keep on discussing with them, and also tighten the, I would say, your mouth of the your bag, cash bag. Always tighten the mouth of your cash bag, and this I also learned from the legendary Mr. V. Krishnamurti. He said, in difficult time, if you are able to take care of your cash, you have won the battle, at least to the extent of 60%, and balance 40%, you can always do it. And third, always utilize the difficult period for maintenance of your facilities, which we exactly did. We preponed most of the repair and maintenance, which we planned in the later part of the financial year. Decided to take up the repair and maintenance during that period, so that we remain prepared for the good time, and we can ramp up our production. And also in steel industry, one thing is there, not be afraid of losses. Losses are the part of the cycle. Even if they come, don't get deterred from that. Always prepare for the good time, which we exactly did. And today, you know, in first quarter, most of the steel companies, they had losses. SAIL was not an exception. We had a loss of around 2,000 crore. And in second quarter, we again turned into profit. We had a profit of 600 odd crore. And third quarter is also going to be good, given the good market. And also given the fact that today we are having 100% captive ore, and the iron ore prices are at the peak. And also the coal prices are at the lowest, particularly from Australia, they are at the lowest. So most of the steel companies in India, they are going to give a good performance in the third quarter. So this is how we dealt with the COVID period. And after that, most of the steel companies in this sector, in the steel sector, they dealt with very firmly. And today we find that we are all in the laugh at the end of the day. And I'm sure the year will go better than what we performed in the last financial year for most of the players in the steel industry.
Thank you. Nice to hear that, SAIL also as a major PSU has taken so many innovative steps. I must call them innovative, just to keep the morale of the employees, because SAIL is a large employer. So keeping the morale of the employees also is one of the factors. I was told that you have carefully taken care of that, and thank you for that, so that SAIL is on a growth path now. My second question, that brings us to the second question, that the government has given a clarion call for Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India program. There are many people who are just telling that this is the nothing but replacement of imports, but I think the strategy goes much beyond that. And it calls for a variety of initiatives on the part of the industry. I would ask you, how does SAIL plan to provide support to this call, Make in India?
Thank you. In fact, if you see, the progression of the Indian economy has been quite unique. We have simply moved from the agrarian society to the service sector. Like this country used to be mainly dependent on the agriculture. And there is always a step in between, which is the manufacturing. Somehow we missed that step, and we simply moved from the agrarian society to service society. And a major portion of our GDP is being contributed by this service sector. So this manufacturing, somehow we missed it in between. Now we have started putting stress on the manufacturing. That is why, like the call of Atmanirbhar Bharat or Vocal for Local, and make not only for India but for the world, that is coming into prominence during this time. And also it was required as we started recovering from the corona period, the clarion call given by our Honorable Prime Minister, and that had a lot of importance for our country. And let me tell you that steel is like one industry where this local, vocal for local is really required, because despite having 110 million ton of the capacity, country has still been importing a lot of steel from various countries. And this steel, it is not like this, it cannot be produced within the country. We can produce all this steel within the country. And going forward, as we are moving towards 300 billion ton country, this is all the more important that we should find out that what all products or what all grades of the steel are required to be imported in the country, and how we can take care of all these products and we can manufacture them within the country. And when we look at the various areas where the imports have been happening, at times I always feel intrigued that there are certain grades which are currently being manufactured, but because of one reason or the other, they are not accepted by the end users, particularly in the auto sector. A tendency to import, because many of the companies in the auto sector, they have come from abroad and they do not have acceptance for the Indian products. I know, like they have their affiliations, but at the same time, if they are operating within our country, they should come forward and accept the products which are being currently manufactured by the Indian steel industry. So I can very well know, and I know that the homologation is required, and the Indian steel industry is prepared to go in for that homologation, and we want to work very closely with the auto industry. This is one. Like in commercial, it is there, and two-wheelers also it is there that we are using the Indian steel. But when it comes to the passenger vehicles, we are importing a lot of steel from outside. And second is like electric steel. Of course, we have to find a solution that how to go ahead and make this electric steel within the country, whether it is CRGO, grain-oriented or non-grain-oriented steel is there. And third is the steel for the oil sector, particularly API grade. When we say API X80 and above, 70, many of the manufacturers, they are already doing it within the country. And for 80 also, we have to go in. And fourth is like our head hardened rail, whether it is ST 1175 or it is 1080HH. So these are the two grades which now railways are trying to import. And also within the railways, there is another area, those are the LSB. So let me concentrate on four things and how SAIL has been trying to help the country. As far as electric steel is concerned, we are already there in CRNO segment. And as far as CRGO is concerned, we have already started the discussions. And as a part of the basic research, we have already sensitized our research and development center at Ranchi that they should go in for the lab test, and they have already ordered equipment worth ₹20 crore for going on for the lab test. And also this SRTMI, they are trying to come to our help. SRTMI, SAIL and Midhani, we have decided that with the help of Government of India, we will be going in for the industrial level rolling facilities for CRGO. And facilities, maybe they can be either at the Princess of Midhani or they can be at a place, say at Rourkela, as it is acceptable to all the stakeholders. And Government of India has also agreed to finances. This is what I have learned. And the talks have been going on by SRTMI with the government, if it can be financed, because the financing cost in itself will be somewhere around 500 crore. And other area is that the API grade plates and coils. We have already developed X70 in plate form, and in coil form, we are working on it. And also the higher grades, we have been trying to work on them, and we have already carried out the trials at our Rourkela steel plant. And along with this, head hardened facility, the company has already established at the Bhilai steel plant. And the first cold trial happened last year, and we wanted to go ahead with the hot trial within this current financial year. But somehow, because of the non-availability of expert, we are not able to move. But I'm sure in the coming time we'll be able to do it. The OEM has assured us that they will be able to send their experts from 15th of January. So we'll be able to have 1080HH and 1175ST, the heat-treated rails within the country. Of course, JSPL has already done some work on that, and they have already developed that. But both of us, we feel, taken together, we can meet the requirement of the country in the coming time. One more area, Mr. Banerjee, I would like to highlight is here is the tin plates. Now the country is having good capacity of tin plates, but still the imports are happening in the defective or in the secondary category, which has to be stopped, and we have to get it from within the country. Apart from this, you all know that for defense sector, we are already supplying a good quantity of steel, which earlier used to be imported. Likewise, for construction and infrastructure, we have already set up a good capacity of 1.850 million ton of structures at our Durgapur steel plant, form of medium structural mill, and at our Kanpur ISCO steel plant in the form of the universal section mill. So from there also, we are fully equipped to meet the requirement of the Indian infrastructure and construction sector. But here, there are two important issues are there. Unless we address those issues, it will be very difficult to become Atmanirbhar. One is the availability of the raw material. When I say raw material, particularly, I have been talking of the coking coal. Still, country is importing close to 85 to 90% of the coking coal which is required for the BF route. Unless we are able to be Atmanirbhar in this area, to some extent, it will be very difficult to say that we have been making steel with the help of indigenous input. So here, I remember under the leadership of Mr. Partho Bhattacharya, the Coal India started in 2009-10 that they will be investing a lot of money in this Jharia action plan, whereby to some extent we will be able to get coal from the domestic sources. But somehow that did not happen, and still we have been struggling to get the supplies of the domestic coking coal. Even we are not able to get domestic coking coal with 17 to 18% ash, whereas in imported coal having a ash of just 8 to 10%. And you know it very well that capital equipment, the country is still dependent on capital equipment, whether it is Coco One, Center Plant, Blast Furnace, or our steel melting shop, or at least 20 to 22% of the total cost of putting up the facility is in the form of equipment. So there also we have to call, or we have to take help of the OEMs that they should come to our country and put up their facilities. And we have told them that in the coming time, as the country is growing to have a capacity of 300 million ton in steel, there will be a lot of requirement for capital equipment. And we are even willing to go a step further, and we are willing to enter into an MOU that we will give you an opportunity to sell this material in India. And last time when I went to Dusseldorf in this international metal fair, I gave a call to them that come to our country along with this supplying of OEM. You can come here and set up the facilities, and we will enter into MOU with you. But of course, for that you have to make investment in our country, and here you can supply to other countries of the world also. Okay. So these are the two things which are really worrisome and in which we have to look into very seriously. Only then we will be able to say that the Indian steel industry has been handing the Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Okay. Thank you, Anilji. This was a very great exposition of what the industry and what the government support you are needing. So, since the time is not very much there, I will just end up asking you that currently the steel prices are really rising, about 44% increase in the last 4 months. And also iron ore prices are also rising, which you have said. Is it indicative of a demand growth or a supply shortage? I want your view. And what is the prospect in the next year? Just in a few words.
No, yes, let me tell you that the prices are not only rising within the country, but the prices are rising worldwide. If you see many of the orders for HR coil, they have been booked at a level of $700 per ton, CFR Vietnam. So that shows that the domestic prices are not only on the rise, but the international prices are also there. Of course, the shortage of iron ore is just one of the reasons that the steel prices on the rise, because of which the production we are not able to, some of the units are not able to ramp up the production. So as far as sale is concerned, you know, we have the captive iron ore and there is no dearth of production. We have been maximizing our production. And also at the same time, the demand is growing, particularly in the infrastructure and construction sector, and which we expected. And going forward, particularly we know the fourth quarter always remain a good period for the steel industry. Demand for steel is going to rise only in the coming time. In the fourth quarter, we can expect that there will be much more demand for steel we experienced in the last 2 quarters. That is the second quarter of the current financial year and also the third quarter. So we should be prepared for increasing the production, and at the same time, it is not our endeavor to make a killing out of the crisis. We never want that. But we have to go by the international prices. If we do not take the advantage, somebody else will be taking the advantage. So we have to keep our prices in line with the market. And rightly so, even I feel there should not be any interference. Let the market forces of demand and supply play and give a course to the market. And they will take the right course. And also one thing I would like to highlight here, that there was a time when we sold our steel at throwaway prices. We got only $375 for HR12. We exported, I know, I myself booked the orders in the month of April, and everybody was cursing me that you are booking orders at $375. Now, I cannot help it. That's what I say, that when the market is low, please don't get afraid of that. Look for the good time. Continue to do the business, and don't get afraid that you are into losses. There will be a time when you will be making the profit. So maybe today it is a good time because of the international market is high, and also because the domestic demand is very, very good in the infrastructure and construction sector. And you have already seen that how auto has been performing for the last 3 months. Auto sector has also been doing well, and it is the consequence of that. And I also feel that the government has taken so many steps to revive the economy, and now today we are in the revival mode. And as we get into more in the revival mode, and there is more demand from construction and infrastructure sector, steel industry is bound to do well in the coming time. Maybe fear that we will be having a growth of 20% may not hold good as we finish the financial year 2021. You will find that maybe we are at par, or maybe we are having a growth of 3% in the current financial year as compared to previous financial year.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we have very...
in fact, that is very, very reassuring, Anilji, and I think this is a good news for Indian steel industry. So here we end the chat session. Over to Arnav.
Thank you, sir. We are really indebted for your inputs and thoughts. So we are continuing with a discussion with Mr. P.K. Bishnoi, former chairman and MD RINL. He has already joined. Mr. P.K. Roth, the chairman and MD of Vizag Steel, has already joined. And Dr. Vinod Nawal, Deputy MD JSW Steel, has already joined with us. Mr. Anil Anand, Managing Director, Paul Worth India Private Limited, is with us. Now, I would request Mr. P.K. Bishnoi to take it forward from here, sir. Over to Mr. Bishnoi.
Okay, thank you. Very good afternoon, and those in a different time zone, good morning, and a very warm welcome to all the distinguished participants, eminent speakers, and invited guests to this BCC&I conclave this afternoon in India, building Atmanirbhar Bharat, ensuring Make in India, future of steel industries in India. And you just heard talking about the various issues of Atmanirbharta. But I would like to remind you, some of you would remember, that it used to be said at one time, what is good for US Steel is good for USA. Now that saying very much stands today, in the sense that you see in 1950 or around that time, both India and China were producing about 1 million tons of steel each. Today, China is 1 billion ton and India 1/10 of it. And you see, they are, in terms of economic growth, 5 times bigger than us. Doesn't it prove the point that how important is steel for growth of any economy? Therefore, Atmanirbharta is absolutely essential if you wish to continue to grow and become an economic superpower in the world. That is our aim, isn't it? So are we really Atmanirbhar? One way to define could possibly be that whatever we produce in terms of steel, we consume, both are equal. No, that's not really true. I'm sure the speakers will dwell on it later. But as you heard SAIL chairman talking about certain grades of steel, CRGO and others, which are not made in India. Coking coal he talked about, which is not enough produced in India. I can also mention that in terms of design and technology, for certain main equipment, blast furnace and steel mill shops, etc., well, there are countries far ahead of us. In terms of energy efficiency of our steel plant, some are doing well and many others need to catch up. All these issues are very much required if we can call ourselves Atmanirbhar. So I would not come in between you and the distinguished speakers, but certain ground rules, if I may set. Each speaker, there are 3 of them, which have already been, I believe, introduced by Arnab. And they will get each 15 minutes. So that will be 45 minutes. And the balance 15 minutes will be question and answer and wrapping up. So now I hand over to my former colleague, Mr. P.K. Rath, and that was number 1 listed in the speaker there. Mr. Rath now, please.
Good afternoon, sir. It's very nice to have seen you on the screen actually here. And respected Sri Bishway Sahab, our former CMD RIL, Dr. Vinod Nawal, Deputy Managing Director, JSW Steel Limited, Mr. Anil Anand, Managing Director, Polworth India Private Limited, ladies and gentlemen, other officers present here. Very good afternoon to all of you. As you know that the steel industries are great economic multipliers.
So we can't hear you, sir, properly. We can't actually, if we can see.
Is it, am I audible now?
Yes.
Is it quite okay?
Yes, that's okay. You just turn your camera more, tilt more towards so that we can see your interface. Yeah,
okay,
that's fine. Thank you, sir. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, it's quite okay. Yeah. It's probably not placed properly. Yeah. So, steel industries are a great economic multiplier, as we are all quite well aware of, for national growth. The announcement of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, focused on boosting indigenous industrial capabilities, could not have come at a better time. A larger economic package, which was announced to kickstart the implementation of this vision for this industry. This envisions that India should be self-sufficient and reduce imports. With the introduction of import substitution in the sector, a national call for vocal for local and becoming Atmanirbhar Bharat, there is an urgent need to adopt technologies that are consistent with the domestic systems and processes. The government of India has initiated a 20 lakh crore stimulus package to bring back economy on course of a 5 trillion economy by 2024. This also includes structural reforms in coal and mineral sector, that is mining sector, and I am sure the reforms will lead to a self-reliant India through maximization and optimization of natural resources. The present pandemic situation has taught us for the self-reliance, the implementation of Industry 4.0 at the earliest. This is a new industrial revolution through smart manufacturing for improving process and yield. The opt for digitization of the activities swiftly and take quick steps for implementing the new technology, that is Industrial Internet of Things, is an advanced technology which enables faster and better decision making. Employees can take decisions based on in-depth, data-driven, actionable insight rather than instinct. One of the major elements in the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat is the substitution of imports. For achieving this, steel industry has to identify a few special products which are being imported, and this can be substituted through domestic supply. Capital goods are now the fourth largest import category after crude steel, oil, crude oil, electronics, and gold. The approximate value of import of capital goods is in 2018-19 was around $26 billion, with China taking the top slot of around 32% of it. To improve the capability of various segments of a capital goods sector, that is fabrication of metal products, forged metal products and transformers, material handling equipments, firefighting equipments, and printing machinery, etc., and to indigenously manufacture these finished products and replace imports. India imported around 7.5 million tons of steel in financial year 20, valued at 46,216 crores around. A few items, namely CRGO, steel of 0.23 million ton only, valued at 1,763 crores. Auto grade or special alloy steels or special steel, around 0.3 million ton, valued at around 2,282 crores. Approximately, that is more than what we could imagine about the HRCs and plates and pipes of 0.45 million ton produced, valued at 3,627 crores. These steels we should be able to manufacture with the available technology under the guidance of R&D or under our some kind of a special technological transfer from the other countries, which the Indian government should aim at. Coming to the steel capacity build-up, our objective of 300 million ton capacity build-up will not be fruitful, will not be in sight if the government or if we don't take the action of collaborating with the other manufacturers, other equipment manufacturers for the main furnace, main production shops like blast furnace, steel mill shop, and sinter plant and coke oven, etc. We have to have the technology present here. We have to have the equipment present here. Then only we will be able to build up the industry. To consider more investments in R&D and developing capabilities in the field of design and engineering, the steel sector will rely, unless otherwise the steel sector will rely heavily on import of technology and imports of equipment. To enable capacity addition, steel manufacturers need to collaborate with OEMs for setting up facilities in India in order to be self-reliant. Another important area to be tapped by steel industry is the requirement of oil and gas industry also. Today, India has about 250 million tons of refining capacity. In the coming 10 years, the capacity may go up to 400 to 500 million ton. Consequently, the pipeline network is growing rapidly. Development of steel grades and the sizes required to cater to these needs of this industry has to be taken up in a big way to minimize imports of these products. The government is already working on multimodal infrastructural projects like Bharatmala, Sagarmala, and a dedicated freight corridor in the logistics sectors, which will benefit the industry. Once these projects are completed, both production cost and time will be reduced. The rolling process is the most common industrial process which is used for making large length cross section like angles, sections, foils, sheets, etc. And these rolls mostly are imported. So around this import comes to around $533 million in 2018-19. And this is also another area where efforts are to be put in to minimize, to manufacture those rolls in our country so that the import can be minimized. Finally, a combination of initiative, including investment in R&D, introduction of Industry 4, implementation of digitization, facilitating policy atmosphere, global quality standards, a public procurement policy, skill development, and supporting marketing mechanisms can create an environment for fostering the growth in the direction of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Finally, I would conclude my speech saying that if at all we have to look at a plant construction, we have to see domestically, we have to look at the neighborhood in our neighborhood to see that those equipments we bring in and we set up our plant. Today, unfortunately, although we have crossed and we are producing more than 100 million tons of steel, still for the equipments, basically we go around the globe and look for the technology, look for the equipment. So that should be our first step in order to make ourselves Atmanirbhar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rath, and for keeping within the time. Next, I invite Dr. Vinod Naval. Let me say that I have a very pleasant memory of meeting him, maybe about 10 or 15 years ago. Once, I think, in Vizag, another time in Bangalore. So, Mr. Naval looking so young that I couldn't recognize him. So, Dr. Naval, over to you, and I look forward to hearing you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. It's my honor to be here with all of you at this e-conclave organized by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Afternoon, sir.
We had quite insightful session and we have been listening to the stalwarts of the steel industry on a very relevant topic, building Atmanirbhar Bharat, ensuring Make in India, future of steel industry in India. Mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India, will be steered and facilitated by the steel industry, which in turn will also lead to India's growth at large. More or less, quite much has been shared and covered on this topic by Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, Chairman SAIL, and Mr. P.K. Rath, Chairman and MD RNL. Therefore, you may find me repetitive on various aspects. However, I will try throw some more light and re-emphasize on the same. It's well known that COVID-19 disrupted business operations globally. It has impacted almost all industries, especially the ones the substantial supply chain dependence on China. It's no different for steel sector. While the road to recover on or arriving to the normal business state is expected to be slow, but the Indian steel industry needs to find its right balance through the right mix of channels to restore and recover faster from this pandemic. There could not have been a better time than now for the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, focus on boosting indigenous industrial and manufacturing capabilities. In fact, a large economy package has already been announced to kickstart the implementation of this vision for the steel industry, which has repeatedly mentioned by all my speakers before me. Honorable Prime Minister had announced the vision of production 300 million ton steel by 2030-31. Now is the right time to debate it and make it reality. Let's talk about the challenges for steel industries. First of all, the cost of capital is very high in India in comparison to the world when it comes to creating steel capacity. The infrastructure of road, rail and transport is inadequate and in poor condition. At the same time, logistic cost is way too high, more than 2 to 3 times if you compare with our competitors in the world. Ensuring robust infrastructure and logistic support for the steel sector, as logistic continues to be an important parameter for development in steel sector, identifying areas to cost reduction and cost avoidance across the supply chain is going to be a key in efficiency differentiator. Quality of raw materials, especially poor quality of iron ore, is also one of the area of concern which affects both efficiency and cost of production. The ultimate vision of 300 million ton production by 2030-31 is a distant dream, as not enough steps have been taken to maintain the momentum. At the same time, necessary steps need to be taken to align this mission with the India's steel consumption. It's a known fact that the India abundant iron ore and mineral reserves are its strength. At the same time, due to various reasons comprising law, regulations and environmental norms are not supporting the industry. Therefore, there is a shortage of iron ore today and resulting in high price of iron ore as on today. I am in complete agreement with Mr. Sushil Banerjee when he says that the imports are proving to be a roadblock to our journey towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and better availability of steel. Therefore, import substitution is an imperative and very critical for India. The current production and capacity utilization is below the required mark. There is an urgent case for capacity augmentation which requires fresh investment either by the existing or new producers and through the fresh FDI. The focus should be on improving our finished products import capabilities instead of raw material, for example, iron ore pellets and semis exports. We should focus more on the finished goods. Coal is one of the concern for steel industry, mostly managed through the imports, whereas we have sizable reserves which needs to be explored and to be made available for steel industry for producing the steel in India at a reasonable cost. India is currently the world's second largest producer of steel and is all set to become the second largest consumer of steel. Steel is a strong pillar of development as this sector generates large-scale employment and contributes immensely to the ultimate objective of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Steel industry contributes around 2% of GDP. The indirect and unseen contribution of steel is much larger in Indian economy owing to the dependence of other sectors on steel. The steel industry employs nearly 500,000 people directly and 2 million people indirectly. The current per capita steel consumption could be stretched more than 74 kg in last 5 years. It needs to be double, triple to maintain focus on the targets of 300 million ton as well as to driving our aspirations of becoming a 5 trillion economy. However, a few positive that it may help induce steel demand in India, a large but younger population size, a rising middle class, expanding urbanization, a favorable climate for infrastructure and investment, and reforms in financial sector. The vision to achieve a 5 trillion economy by 2024 entails investment in infrastructure sector, including several steel-intensive sectors like smart cities and housing for all and 100% electrification. Various ministries, departments are also being encouraged to improve the usage of steel across government projects. Best-in-class greenfield capacity development in steel sector will be the key to meet requirements of supporting the mission of 5 trillion economy. The greenhouse gas CO2 is most relevant to the steel industry. If we analyze steel industry figures for current CO2 emission of 2.4 tons per ton of crude steel, is quite high in comparison to the current global CO2 emission of 1.85 tons per ton of crude steel published by the World Steel Association. There will be an additional challenge of Indian steel industry to adhere or become carbon neutral by 2050 for the same simple reason that steel comes under the difficult to decarbonize sector as coal is integral steel making. As a responsible industry, we have to be watchful of our carbon footprint through improved and mitigation technology interventions like hydrogen for steel making and carbon sequestration and carbon capture store utilization to control and reduce CO2 emission as long as and as far as possible. Indian steel industries companies annual R&D expenditure is less than 0.6% of their gross turnover, which is way too low in comparison to R&D expenditure of world's leading steel companies, which is in the range of 1 to 2% of their gross turnover. Promoting and investing into world-class R&D infrastructure will enable steel sector to not only adhere to global benchmark or quality TQM, but also to withstand stricter environmental norms and sanctions. The narrative to cheap labor is absurd and is no longer relevant. In the light of low productivity, availability of the skilled and smart manpower will be crucial to remain competitive for achieving global benchmark of quality, and focus on the job training would be the key. The manpower productivity matrix of Indian steel industry ranges as high as 1221 tons per person and as low as 230 tons per person, whereas the average productivity levels is at 541 tons per person. In order to become self-reliant and compete with the global steel players, a constant exercise to evaluate the core skills of the existing workforce and viable avenues for reskilling, upskilling, and multi-skilling are needed to be created and sustained. Developing learning culture in an organization will help in minimizing the skill gap and improve manpower productivity. Innovating new technology for steel production is still at a very low pace in India, primarily due to a lack of investment. Steel manufacturers should refocus their internal culture to build a digital, analytical, ready workforce, thereby boosting the competitive positions of the Indian steel industry. Technology integration across a steel plant boosts the labor productivity, efficiency, adaptability, and sustainability of production and supply chain system integrated with the existing business models and processes. For instance, advanced analytic and machine learning models play with a wide range of data to provide real-time process simulation and process insight through the continuous laboratory integrates the view of the value chain and helps optimize the production for quality, cost, and productivity. Some firms are already deploying artificial intelligence, AI, for adequate production and minimizing losses. Many others are exploring opportunities to upgrade business intelligence using AI and analytics. At the end, I would say that along with import substitution, the inclusive call to action given by Honorable Prime Minister Modi for vocal for local to become global, and for becoming Atmanirbhar Bharat steel industry quickly needs to embrace and get comfortable with the latest technology that are consistent with India's systems and process. In addition to existing positives of 2017 National Steel Policy, the government is in the process of curating a comprehensive steel policy in sync with Atmanirbhar Bharat mission to promote higher steel production and per capita consumption. Hence, now is the time for all of us to refocus and rework on our internal culture in order to prepare a digital ready and digital savvy workforce and help Indian steel industry in achieving a strong and stable hold on the global map. As a responsible corporate, JSW would like to be an inclusive partner in process for Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan to contribute to the mission 300 million ton and cater to the growing steel demand across the global. I am confident that the deliberations during this e-conclave and fruitful interactions with the industry peers will help the steel industry to drive a path for sustainable growth. I wish you a wonderful and productive day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Raval, for your enlightening presenting your thoughts. And I will now invite the next speaker, Mr. Anil Anand. Mr. Anand, you'll also have 15 minutes. If you could please start now. Thank you. Arnav, we are not able to see you here, Mr. Anand.
Yes, sir, I'm calling.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Anil Anand, we are calling Mr. Anand.
Okay.
Sir, I've informed his office.
It's okay. It's okay now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but please put your video on. We can't see you. We can hear your voice, Mr. Anand.
I don't know why camera is not getting on. Anyway, I'll start with this. Okay, I'll start now.
Okay.
I'll try one more time if I can. No, this video is not getting on. I don't know why.
You'll have to reconnect. If you reconnect, sometimes that happens.
It's. Can you see me now? No.
No, sir.
You switch off and reconnect. You'll get on there. You can
camera on me. Share screen.
Arnav, you could tell him that he can disconnect and reconnect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How to leave?
Yes, sir. He is reconnecting, I think.
Now it will come. It happens sometimes.
Okay. Okay. It was a wonderful deliberation, Dr. Noel and and Mr. P.K. Rath. We were really indebted to all of you for the thoughts. We're just waiting for Mr. Anand to join. Let us take some time.
Have you been able to connect?
Yes, sir. He's joining. He's joining. I can see it from here.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Anand, you have joined. You just have to put your video on while you're logging in.
I don't know. This video is not getting on somehow. I really don't know.
Okay, okay.
Anyway,
please continue, sir.
Okay.
You may ask some of your colleague to log in from their mobile phone or so in the same Zoom link, and you can talk from there also.
No, but okay, I can maybe I think I'll start without an video.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. As you wish. Thank you,
okay.
Sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to first thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce to giving me this opportunity to present our point of view on Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India initiative. This is really an excellent initiative of this conclave, and I'm pleased to be part of it with such a wonderful gathering. I'm really blessed to have worked with stalwarts of the steel industry, SAIL Chairman Mr. Chaudhary, Mr. Rath, Chairman RINL, Dr. Vinod Noel, Mr. Sushim Banerjee, and many more in the steel industry. So the topic of Make in India is very, very important in the context for the steel industry, and also keeping in view the target of achieving 300 million ton by 2030 or 2031. Our endeavor should be to create a complete ecosystem here in India to sustain the Atmanirbhar Bharat concept in its true sense. From the perspective of the steel industry, the ecosystem I am referring to should consist of all small, medium steel producers, integrated steel producers, suppliers starting from raw material to the plant equipment, including the technology providers. It is not only about simple manufacturing or fabrication. I mean, by simply doing this, it may not be easy to sustain in the global village that we are operating in now. We should think beyond this. The ecosystem should be integrated and driven by technology for long-term sustenance, and that will be true Make in India, which eventually lead to Atmanirbhar Bharat. In the spirit of Make in India, Paul Worth and SMS Group have created an excellent world-class manufacturing facility in Bhubaneswar with an investment of about 250 crores way back in 2014. In the essence of true Make in India, we are not just doing manufacturing there, we are combining the technology to make equipment for the steel industry, including the key components. The brief view of the facility is this is a world-class manufacturing facility with uncompromising quality as the central theme, using the competencies and skill sets of highly committed personnel. This facility is located in Khurda on the outskirts of Bhubaneswar. The combined production shop floor area we have is around 243,000 tons square feet, and the complete site area is about 700,000 tons square feet area. Apart from the core technology installed, we also have some special technologies like welding of stainless steel, special alloys and copper welding, stress relieving treatment, high velocity oxy fuel coating, nickel and nickel alloy electroplating, gearbox and cylinders refurbishment. At this local facility, we have generated a direct employment of about 800 plus people and many more in the indirect employment. I'm very pleased to share that we have up till today produced more than 800 equipment as a fresh one, and more than 4,000 equipments we have refurbished for the industry. Few equipment which are manufactured are ladle transfer cars, Google valves for the BOF shop, lower seal bar, blast furnace shell, dewatering drum, material hopper, rotary hearth for wheel forging plant, electric arc furnace upper shell, and many, many more. I'm also very pleased to share with you that 25% of our production is being exported through our global customers. The key factors for the success of this initiative are the design and manufacture of core components for steel works and rolling mills under one roof, short distance between the close intermeshing of engineering and production, heavy fabrication facilities we have, innovative machining methods and powerful CM systems we have, manufacturing with the powerful machine tools, and a dedicated workforce which has been trained by our colleagues from Europe. While on this platform, I would also like to make a request to the industry that the people who have invested, we should be given some kind of preference at the time of selection of a technology provider, that we have created a facility here, not merely on the price front, the people who have not invested in the country or who are not present in the country. By my presence here, I am not only localizing my equipment, also I am providing 24/7 after sales service support as well. With all the top integrated steel producers, we have this system working on today. So some kind of support must be given to the companies who have invested heavily in the country, and we also have a plans for further growth in the country. Chairman Sale mentioned a very good point of entering into MOU. We are open to such initiatives. We would also like this support from the public sector as well as from the private sector as well. And lastly, I would like to say Make in India is, I would like to say as an Indian, true Indian, I would say India for India. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anand. Now we have another 10 minutes wherein we could answer some questions if we get from the audience. In the meantime, while we have a few minutes, maybe I could ask a question and maybe each one of you could please try and answer. You see, we are number 2 in the world in terms of steel production. But Japan is just behind us, if you really see. And Japan is a very small country, and they have no raw material of any kind. They have had no problem in rising to the levels of steel production that they have. In India, we still keep on talking about that we don't have coking coal, we don't have higher grade iron ore. Do you know what Japan has done? They have taken equity shares in various coking coal and iron ore mining companies in the world, 5, 10, 15%. Why aren't we doing some such thing? Maybe first Dr. Naval can answer, and then Mr. Rath, and then Mr. Anand. Dr. Naval, please.
Yeah, sorry.
I know JSW was trying at one time, so why don't we acquire minority or some stakes in non-coking coal and other iron ore higher grade mines abroad, Australia and various other places?
Iron ore, we have plenty in India. Our focus mainly is in India for iron ore. On coal, we are definitely looking for, if there is any opportunity, we will work on that.
A higher grade iron ore I was referring to, more than 60%.
But in India also it is high grade, and by beneficiation technology we can make it high grade of that, and we have plenty in India iron ore. So better actually we should focus iron ore in India only. But for coking coal, definitely we are looking forward to get any opportunity there. We will work on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rath, any point of view?
Second is government should work on Jharia belt if we can explore that, and that is a very low hanging fruit if we can work out.
You're right, this Jharia thing is a long standing thing burning. It burns in our heart as well when you see coking coal, such a high grade burning there. But there are several political and other issues there, but you're absolutely right, the government has to help. Mr. Rath, any point of view on that?
Yes, I do have one actually, because if you see the India's position as far as iron ore is concerned, certainly we are in a probably the one of the major shares we have of the world. But why should we go to the other side of the world when you do have our resources? But if you see as a public sector, what I could understand at this moment is the concept with which we started and the concept with which we live now. And without being a securitization, having a securitization of raw material, really we lead a very difficult life as an industry. Coming to sir coal, when the ideas got changed and we become more and more business oriented, we certainly went in for 25% of our share in a coal mine in Mozambique, and which we are at the moment we are into it, and we have also increased our production there. But certainly, sir, the type of coal that is required for the blast furnace technology and all that, probably it is not suiting, and we are more dependent on other coal, like from Australia and other countries, Australia and America and other countries. Certainly, sir, your point I do appreciate that we should go in for an equity shareholder in other mines and other mines and all. But point is that it should be given a degree of a freedom and other things I should talk about, and probably it is not the right forum, I will say, to have that kind of orientation. And now, if you see the ministry's view, actually, ministry also is has gone a far stretch to Australia, to Russia, to explore some coal mines and coking coal mines to have more of a security for our raw material in our country. And hopefully, sir, in the coming days, things will change, and certainly we will be looking towards, having the security of raw material for each integrated player, where we do play a role. Actually, RINL plays a role.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rad. The Russian thing seems to be interesting. Mr. Anand, any particular thoughts you have to share?
Sorry, sir, I missed the question because I was disconnected and I had to reconnect by the time. So
no issue.
I missed the question.
An important role in terms of supplying some key equipment to the steel industry. My question was that Japan, which doesn't have any iron ore and doesn't have any coking coal, is the third largest producer just behind India. And if they could sort of progress so much without any indigenously available raw materials, and what they have done is, they have bought shares in so many mines all over the world for coking coal and iron ore. Shouldn't India do the same thing in acquiring the stakes in some of these key supplier raw material? What's your view?
Not only that, sir. I think India should, in my opinion, India should go for for the securing mines for the coking coal, which is very important. The more important is what Japanese have done. They developed the technology, right, for producing top grade of steel at a very, very low prices, right? That should be, I think, more importance for India to go in for, besides securing raw material mines across the world. I think from the Indian perspective, I think the more emphasis should be given to the technology and to increase the level of technology in India.
Okay, good.
This is my view.
Thank you. Now we have another few minutes left, and since no other questions come from the audience, I'd like to ask one more question to all of you. You see, we are a member of this climate change, the Paris Accord, and steel is the most polluting industry in the world. And we are talking about steel capacity increase all the time, because if we have to grow, the steel capacity has to grow. Isn't there this conflict here? And how do we serve our commitment to the climate control in Paris and increase our steel capacity? Maybe each one of you. Mr. Anand, what do you think?
Sir, the point with the question you have asked, we are in the process of creating a technology for the green steel. The pilot project is being developed in Europe right now, so I cannot share more on that. But I would, as an Indian and also into the steel industry for so long, I would like to say from the government's perspective, and also it should be then attitude from the steel producers itself to ensure that all the polluting norms are to be reduced, right? And also the government should come with the more tough norms onto these polluting levels. This is my view.
Mr. Rath, you are being told to, more closely supervise. What is your view? How do you manage this contradiction of climate change and increasing capacity?
I pretty well go with you, sir. But the point is that not today, the steel industry as such, if you see 1 ton of steel that we produce, around 3.5 to 4 tons of wastage, including gas and others we generate. And probably if you see, the biggest challenge to the steel industry is that the utilization or to recycling of this wastes actually. That is the biggest challenge to the steel industry at this moment. Let us talk about the solid waste that we are generating. We have got some technology now at this moment. And for that matter, RINL is also going in for a briquetting and pelletizing plants or pellet plant actually from the waste materials. Probably other companies, I heard that JSW also has a plant of that kind. So, sir, we are now going in for that waste utilization. Now, coming to the gases as far as concerned, sir, we have got the technology, but fulfilling the norms at this moment really is very difficult. Whatever the norm was there previously and what the norm is there now, it is a stringency or the criticality has gone many-fold actually. Now we have to observe our PPs and all that things to be under control. They have become very strict, and we have got the technology, sir. We have spent around 16 to 1700 crores of rupees actually on these equipments, only to see that we maintain the parameters. And to tell you that yes, sir, the industry has got a challenge, and the equipments are also well developed or well manufactured, and they have to be brought in actually to see that this polluting elements of the flue gases or whatever, or the in the effluents that cyanides and other materials are to be put under control. Only we have to follow the norms, sir, and there is no doubt it is a challenging task. And steel plant, if steel has to exist, steel has to take care of this. There is no doubt in this. It is a sad side of the steel making. There is no doubt in this. But we have to absorb the technology to take care of this. That is the requirement, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Raj. Dr. Naval, what is your view on this, managing the Paris Accord and the growing steel requirements? How do we manage that?
Sir, this is a very relevant point, and we can't avoid it. One hand, we want to go 300 million ton capacity, and all the industry, they have the responsibility. There are two things. One is CO2 2.5 ton in India, whereas advanced country 1.85, because they are using recycling lot of scrap. That situation will come after say 15-20 years. But we have to adopt the technology, how we can bring down the consumption of the carbon. Second, solid waste, we are today at 90% at JSW Steel. But recently we got a lot of, through our R&D, LD slag can be created reverse sand alternate for construction, and we are very much working on that, and within next 1 year we are going to be 98% utilization of that. Today we are 90%, we are going to be 98%, and that is going to be a big achievement. So far BF slag can be converted into cement as well as reverse sand alternate, but LD slag is one of the achievement. Now we are experimented, and we applied for BIS to give the certification, and they allowed 50% use, but now we will approach for 100% use as an alternative to the reverse sand. So with this, our solid waste utilization is going to be 98%. So that is a good achievement. But CO2, we have to find the solution by technology. We can't continue like this.
Thank you, Dr. Naval. I can understand that this is the dilemma of development. And most of the nations which have reached certain stage of development have also faced that. Only thing is a little later in the age, therefore there are higher restrictions on us. And I must say that we have crossed our time limit of 3:15. I would hand over now. And I must thank all my speakers today for enlightening. I have learned a lot. I have been retired now more than 10 years, 11 years. So it was good to catching up with the steel and learning something today. And
thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Pradeepji. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Cell, Mr. Chaudhary. Thank you, Mr. P.K. Bishnoi, sir, former CMD RINL. Thank you, Mr. P.K. Roth, Chairman and MD RINL. Thank you, Dr. Vinod Noal, Deputy MD JSW Steel Limited. Thank you, Mr. Anil Anand, Managing Director Paul Worth India Private Limited. We are ending this session right now. Exactly after 3 minutes, we are coming back with business session 2, Indian iron ore industry, strategies to combat the supply concerns and other constraints growth, which will be moderated by Mr. P.K. Mukherjee, co-chairman of Minerals and Mining Committee and former MD of Sesa Goa Limited. See you after 3 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Indian iron ore industry strategies to combat the supply concerns and other constraints of growth. We have very important speakers, Mr. R.K. Sharma, Secretary General of Federation of Indian Mineral Industries, Mr. Pankaj Satija, Chief Regulatory Affairs, Tata Steel, and it would be moderated by Mr. P.K. Mukherjee, co-chairman of Minerals and Mining Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and former MD, Sesa Goa Limited. Over to Mr. P.K. Mukherjee, sir.
Thank you, Arnab. At the outset, I must beg apology that I am not visible. So this is the problem with technology, and I am not that techie. Good afternoon to everybody in the Indian subcontinent, and to the different time zone people, good morning and good evening as it applicable. Today, as a part of Bengal Chamber's Conclave on mineral, mining and metal, we are in a session on Indian iron ore industry, strategies to combat the supply concerns and other constraints of growth. After 1.5 days of scheduled deliberations on coal and steel, this session is on iron ore, which is the raw material that is converted to iron or steel. For last 2 decades or so, iron ore is the most talked about commodity in India for some reason or other. We have 2 interesting personalities in our panel today. Mr. R.K. Sharma, the Secretary General of India's only trade body exclusively for minerals, that is FIMI or Federation of Indian Mineral Industries. Mr. Sharma is having more than 50 years of experience. He is highly regarded person not only in mineral and metal industry, but also in various ministries like Ministry of Mines, Coal, Commerce, Steel, Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change, Ministry of Industry, etc. He is looked forward always for his considered and frank views. Mr. Sharma does a lot of research, reading, and produced umpteen number of very valuable articles, presentations in both national and international forums. We have also with us Mr. Satija, who is a mining engineer from ISM, now IIT, Dhanbad, and postgraduate diploma holder in business management from XLRI. He has 25 years of managerial experience in various fields. Right now, he is Chief Regulatory Affairs, Tata Steel. Mr. Satija has many awards under his belt. His work in sustainable mining in Tata Steel has got various recognitions. Just to make a little ground rule for today's session, we have total 45 minutes. So I would request my individual panelists to first speak on some flagged up issues which I will make in course of time for 10 minutes or so, and then balance time we will utilize in various deliberations, including questions and Q&A. The main architecture of regulatory landscape in mining in India has undergone changes with new MMRD Act 2015. In the context of Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India, how far this piece of legislation or for that matter other regulatory measures are supporting mining are not beyond doubts. I would request my two esteemed panelists to talk, as I said, for 10-12 minutes on the theme of today's session, including the flagged up issues. With the permission of Mr. Sharma, I would like to start the session with Mr. Satija.
Okay.
My first set of flagged up issues would be to Mr. Satija. Number one, considering vast resources of iron ore available in India, that too without much exploration, what should be the strategy of captive miners like Tata Steel to conserve the resources, and whether for conservation there should be any regulatory role to stop selective high-grade ore mining, or in other words, to ensure scientific mining. Number two, the role of regulatory landscape in India and also that of various NGOs and activists' role, how far they are helpful for any new mining projects which needs to be in operation quickly if we have to really look for supporting 300 million ton of steel vision. Incidentally, this 300 million ton of steel vision, we hear every 10 years. I remember when we had first 300 million ton of steel, that should have been in operation by this time already. And so another 10 years have passed, so we have front-ended it by another 10 years. And today we are hearing that another 20-30 years after that, there will be enough recyclable material to produce steel. So this, how far this role of this regulatory mechanism as well as the role of NGOs and activists are helpful for any new mining projects.
Right,
and
sir.
Also the wish of achieving 300 million ton of, as I said. And number three, this number three would be for both of you, but let first Mr. Satija deal with. There are concerns that due to steep price increase of iron ore, the steel makers are facing problems. While steel price rise primarily follows market, including international price movements, but the same is always attempted to be justified by increase in prices of raw material like iron ore and coking coal. We have heard today morning Mrs. Mondal of SAIL and also little ago Mr. Anil Chaudhary, chairman of SAIL, telling that the international prices influence domestic price of steel. In this context, the steel makers having captive mines like SAIL, Tata Steel and few others who are having captive mines of iron ore and coking coal to some extent also reap the benefits of steel price rise at the cost of consumers. While it is said, particularly by the judiciary, that the resources belong to the citizens of the country ultimately. How the same is justified, or in other words, what can be the way out to pass on the benefits of captive mining to ultimate steel consumers in domestic market? Mr. Sapija, I hand over the mic to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, you have raised three important points. One is the regulatory framework, second is conservation, and third is NGOs. These are the broader points, then there are sub-points which I will be covering. Sir, when we talk about the regulatory framework in India, it reminds me one of the story of a person who has two daughters. So after the marriage of both the daughters, once he visited the first daughter, and when he went there, the first daughter told that please pray for rains, because if the rains come, then we'll have a good harvest. And father prayed, and then the next morning there was good rains. After staying 2-3 days, he went to the second daughter. The second daughter was married to a potter, and she told that, Father, please pray for good sunshine. And that man got confused. What should I pray for? Should I pray for good sunshine or good rain? This story also very similar to Ministry of Mines. So Ministry of Mines also has many daughters, and the daughters are captive mines, non-captive mines, PSU mines, non-PSU mines. The small mines, big mines, mines granted before 2015, mines granted after 2015, mines granted after 2017 where 25% sale is allowed, and between 2015 and 17 where nothing is there. So when you have so many daughters and each has different aspirations, then it becomes very difficult to come out a policy which is good for everyone. And probably that is the dilemma that we are seeing from past 7-8 months, that every time we hear that mining ordinance or mining reforms are coming, and we see that there are allegations, counter allegations, representations, counter views which are delaying the process. So that also means that there are issues of certainty, consistency and clarity, and that makes the task very difficult. Mining is mining. It is the end use which defines whether it is captive or non-captive. So if a captive miner is doing the mining or merchant miner is doing the mining, in majority of the cases the process remains same. After it is mined, then you decide whether you are going to use it in your plant or you are going to sell it. So there are good examples of sustainable and scientific mining, both in merchant mining and captive mining also. But the larger point here is that the Ministry of Mines should come out with a policy which should be, or regulatory framework which should be applicable and win-win situation for all. And the sooner they divide the distinction between these many fragments, it will be better for the country to have a unified policy. If you recall the previous policy decisions also, many times the decisions have not been taken because of proactive measures. All the laws had come because of certain wrong or certain allegations have come to the industry, and then the government or the judiciary has taken. If you see the mining plan also, mining is happening from 6,500 years. Gold mining started long back. But the mining plan came in 1988, and the reason was Doon Valley litigation. 2015 also, the law was changed, and primarily because of Shah Commission and Lokayukta. The point what I'm here making is it is for the industry and all of us and the policy makers to make out a proactive policy and not to wait for the judiciary and others to make policy for us which are not practical. So that's the regulatory framework which we are going through, and we all see that how frequently there are circulars which are sometimes contradicting the same circular what it has been given earlier. So that creates suspicion, and investor confidence are also lost in mining. That is one. Second, in the regulatory framework which has come in 2015, Sharma Sahib is speaking at length on that topic, on auction. So whether the auction is justified, what was the reason for bringing auction in the system, and is it leading to the process of transparency which the government has thought, or it has totally shifted to revenue maximization? And if it was for the transparency, why the auctions are not happening frequently? Why there is a delay, and why one auction happened in March because the leases were getting expired in 2020, and after 8-9 months there has not been any auction. Why? Because maybe government feels it is not the right sentiments, right time for the auction to bring, and they may not get good revenue. So when all such things are there, and uncertainty is there that what will happen, 10A2B, 10A2C cases, we all know. Then the three main issues, consistency, certainty, and clarity, the miners will have a tough time to go about it. And I would only pray that Ministry of Mines takes cognizance of this and comes out with a proactive policy. Sir, the second larger point which you made about the conservation. So conservation also, if you see the three national mineral policies, there has been a shift. In the first mineral policy in 1993, the conservation was mostly defined to following the guidelines of IBM, scientific mining, and in the word of complete extraction. In 2008, the fiscal and non-fiscal incentives were added, and domestic use was also emphasized. And there were also mention of iron ore, because 2008-7, these were the periods the iron ore mining was on boom. So there is a mention of specific iron ore that fines should be utilized and value addition should happen. And then the complete extraction also got a new word, zero waste mining. In 2019, the same thing continues, which was there in 2008 and 2019 also, that conservation should not be seen as a restrictive measures, but also should be seen in the light of augmenting the resource and reserves. And then there was a collaborative approach with the people in the mining belt. So the conservation definition as per the Indian government and the national base policy also is going through a shift. But it again reminds me one of the story, which you all have heard or read somewhere back, that there was a big tree, and the tree was so big that is a very good canopy, and a little boy used to come and play beneath the tree. And tree got enamored with the boy, very fond of him, and used to shower fruits and used to give shelter. The child played for a long time, then when he became young, he didn't come to the tree, and after a long time when he came, the tree asked him, why you are not coming, what do you need? He told, I need money. And tree told that we don't have system.
Mr. Vijay, can you become a little louder?
Yeah, and the tree told that we don't have a system of currency and money, so he told that whatever fruits I have, you can take it and sell it. And again, the young man was happy, he sold fruits, make money, and then didn't turn up for a long time. And when he came, he was old, and then again he asked tree that what you can give it to me, and the tree told that I can have nothing to give, you can take my branches and stem, and you can make a house. And the journey continues. So if you see the mining industry also, and the conservation and how we react and act with, whenever there is a mineral discovery, there are a lot of positive and the tree-like attitude. When everyone is very happy, government is happy that the revenue will come, the stakeholders are happy that they will get employment, and the man comes and makes the discovery. Then again, this
louder, please.
And again, this auction and this policy comes, and then the mining extractions happens, and afterwards, again, because the cyclicity of the issue, the abundant mines are there, and some cyclicity in the commodity prices improves. then he again starts the mining, which we have seen in Musabani and copper. So the larger point what I'm making here, sir, the conservation is not limited to the preservation of ore, but it should be for augmenting the resources and complete extraction. Now for that to happen, the policy needs to be such that the mineral should, or the leases should be given till the complete extraction or exhaustion of the reserves. Now when what we have seen in 2020 that many technological advancement or R&D or the development or the exploration could not happen because the leases were not very sure that after 2020 the lease is with them or not. Similarly, these things will arise when the leases are going to expire in 2030. So the policy need to be changed that it should be there till the complete exhaustion of the minerals, and the mining company should also work towards zero waste mining. Since the value addition part has been added in National Mineral Policy 2008 and 2019, there are concepts of recycling, and what I feel that whatever we should we should go towards complete extraction of the ore. We have seen in mica that mica got a synthetic mica and the mica mining was stopped. We are seeing the penetration of RE in coal mining, and now the auction are happening at ₹2 per unit. So we don't know what will be the fate of thermal coal. It is because of the political economy of the country that railway get 44% revenue from the coal, and there are areas where other than coal mining nothing happening. So maybe the political economy will keep the coal mining high. And the freight ratio in India is 0.29 compared to other destinations. So that is that all passenger fares are being subsidized at the cost of coal. Similarly, in the case of iron, we don't know what will happen after 10-15 years when there will be a good generation or availability of a scrap. Probably the iron ore mine will not be as lucrative or as good as it is looking today. And we all know that there are hydrogen economic concepts coming in, and 2040, 2050, many countries are making a target of net zero. And that time maybe hydrogen will make inroads what solar was there 10-15 years back. So my idea of conservation is to augment the resources, but at the same time go full throttle for production of minerals, because you never know what will happen in future. Some alternate material will come, and whatever you have, you will not be able to utilize. Now the third part of, sir, your point about the NGOs. In my opinion, NGOs are also important stakeholder. As there are good or bad NGOs, so are there good or bad miners. There are good scientific and unscientific mining. If we look at the different stakeholders, we have a different mechanism of dealing with them. If a government a stakeholder is there, probably has an opportunity of being transferred every 3 years. So even if you have some issue, you will have an opportunity to start afresh. Internal stakeholder employees can be taken care. We know the mechanism. Customers, you have plenty or many, so you can work on other customer to make the money. But NGOs are an issue where you need to build trust from the very beginning, and once trust is not there, whatever you present, it has its own share of suspicion. So more and more transparency, if it is there, and NGOs can be taken on board from the beginning, I feel that mining will not be as difficult as it looks today. So I'll rest my talk here, sir, and I'll come back whenever is needed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Satija, for your valuable thoughts. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sharma with a couple of flagged issues. Of course, Mr. Sharma, you are free to deal with the points which I have raised to Mr. Satija also. But for you specifically, I want to flag off a couple of issues. Yes, sir.
I got a full-fledged paper ready for presentation. After I make presentation, then raise issues, then probably it will be better. Because we are only indulging into some thoughts which probably may not be that relevant. For example.
So will you be able to make your presentation within next 10 minutes?
Yes, I will be able to make.
Okay.
Just to add what you told Mr.
Please go ahead.
You see, even from the we had one thing that 5% of the earth crust is nothing but Fe2O3. You will never fall short of iron ore, but let me present my paper first. I am starting. The apprehension about the iron ore availability, Indian steel industry had its genesis when iron ore export started picking up following the demand from China, where the steel industry started growing phenomenally from 2000 onwards. Indian steel industry felt that it would also grow as fast. Although Indian steel industry could not even remotely match China, but its bogey of supply constraint continues unabated. The following table will bring it out. The last column, which has got the source of the steel industry, last year we produced 242 million tons, and steel and the iron ore demand was only 180 million tons. So we had a surplus of 2 million tons. Out of that, 37 million tons were exported. Out of that also, major portion was illegal exports of pellets from this country. Actually, for iron ore, the main concern was the lack of demand from the steel industry. It has to be emphasized that the last more than 3 decades, no new iron ore mine has been opened. In fact, the extant mines have the latent capacity to feed the domestic steel industry as well as to take advantage of the world demand for iron ore from China. It is just not that the iron ore industry is failed, but it is the steel industry is faulted to deliver and continue to do so. Since there is abundance of iron ore and price is cheaper than the world average, the steel industry is very choosy in the selection of best grades of iron ore. According to World Steel Association, the average consumption of iron ore per ton of hot metal is 1.37. On the other hand, Indian steel industry consumes on an average 1.65 tons of iron ore per ton of hot metal and calculates its requirement on that basis. But the average grade of iron ore consumed by the steel industry is plus 62% Fe, where the world average is 60%. This is despite the fact that Indian steel industry price that Indian steel plants are as modern as any plant in the world. This has led to a stockpile of 162 million tons for demand. Not only this, while working out the price of steel, the Indian steel industry takes international price as base, whereas it gets the high-grade iron ore at comparatively lower prices, either from domestic sources or from captive mines from where it is only transfer price. At present, almost all the primary steel producers have captive iron ore mines where it is still available to them at transfer price. Some of the primary steel producers who are in the forefront of banning exports of iron ore are themselves exporting and selling iron ore in the open market. The consumption of high-grade iron ore at lower than the international price, coupled with cheap labor costs, should give more and more should give better quality of steel at competitive price. The domestic industry hides this vital information and reaps windfall profits. Then the high cost of any firming up of steel demand in the country propels steel companies to raise price of steel unabatedly. COVID-19, as per newspaper reports, the steel industry has raised the price of steel very frequently. In the 5 months from July to 1st December, the prices have been raised by 14,500 per month, from 35,250 to 49,750. The high cost of domestic steel in India has deprived the domestic consumers from common usage of steel and kept the steel demand bare minimum, leading to low per capita consumption, as you will see from the table there. It is one third of the world average. and it came to the second largest producer of steel in the world. And we have got 130 crore population, we have got only 110 million tons. So steel compared to China, 140 crores, almost a billion tons of steel. We say very proudly, we are second largest producer. We are 1/10 of the largest producer. We subdue demand because the high prices of domestic steel came to the region for exposed 2.5 million tons plant at Bangalore, dedicated by the Prime Minister on 10th May 2015, not coming on stream so far. On the fate of NMDC 3 million ton steel plant, which started production in 2009-10 at Nagarnagar, not much different. It is ironically that despite Indian steel industry being 100 years old and ranking distant second in the world steel consumption, not much effort has been made to upgrade technology for their research. Consequently, the country is still dependent on import of several high performance and value-added steel products like electrical steel, automotive grade steel, and steel for specialized goods in defense, space, and nuclear applications. But more than 90% of our steel being exported is accounted for non-alloy steel, comprising mainly basic products like flat and long products, while more than 70% of imports are also non-alloy steel. There is therefore a need to discourage such exports by steel industry so that the same is available to the domestic industry at a competitive price. The repercussion of all this is that 1 ton of steel consumption leads to the average to the usage of 3 tons of cement and other metals. Low per capita consumption of steel in India results in lesser per capita consumption of cement and other metals. The steel usage is promoted in the country by removing the import duty on steel. The domestic consumers will get cheaper and better grade of steel. This will lead to massive construction activities, housing, infrastructure development, road, bridges, and ports, and boost automotive industry, railways, and civil sectors. Removal of import duty will also push the compressed domestic steel industry to innovate and become more efficient to produce steel at a competitive price. It may be emphasized that iron ore is raw material for steel. Steel is also raw material for downstream engineering and various other products, many of which are exported. High price of steel in India has deprived many downstream products from competitive international market. If more duty is removed, it will lead to competitive production of domestic steel by elimination of windfall profit by the handful of steel producers and thus benefit the downstream industry, domestic consumers at large. This will lead to all-round growth of other materials that go with the growth of steel industry. This is the This is the chart how the competitive price of steel will lead to more uses of steel. When I come to this national steel policy, the government of India has ambitious plans to achieve 300 million tons of crude steel production capacity by 2030. In other words, the country would have to add up to 200 million tons to its present production capacity. This would require creation of additional infrastructure facility to move 800 million tons of cargo. Looking to the present high cost of steel, it is worthwhile to ponder whether the country would be able to generate additional demand to achieve the production capacity of 300 million tons of crude steel by 2031. Then I come to constraint to growth. Ensuring low cost of production is crucial for any business or sector, including mining, as it has to remain profitable as well as competitive. This competitiveness also assists in country's growth through cheaper raw material supply to domestic industry and export of services at competitive rates to enhance the balance of trade. Owing to high taxation, logistics and fuel costs, the Indian mineral sector has been facing high production costs. After the advent of auction, the production cost in the country has risen steeply from the auction mines. As more and more mines are granted through auction, the entire mineral industry is being subjected to high production costs. It may reach a point where mines are no longer economic to operate, and we may have no option but to shut them down, leaving India's mineral wealth untaped. The auction affects all downstream industries, the employment opportunity in the economy, while fueling the already high domestic production costs. What is the burden on production costs?
Mr. Sharma, sorry to interrupt you at this time. For the sake of time constraints,
I'm just going to present that first. This is the graph you will see. This is the graph of the mines in Odisha. We have worked out the graph, how much the price will go up. The cost, the IBM cost, IBM price we have taken at 1215 in March 2020. Now we have worked out the average lowest option and the highest and the average. Now the lowest option from 1217 goes to by 18% to 2191. If you average the option cost, the price goes up by 177%, 3366. If you take the highest bid in Odisha, the price goes up by 263%, 4421 rupees. This is the cost which will go after the auction in Odisha. Karnataka also we have worked out. Karnataka also we have taken the IBM price. From 1537, it goes lowest and average and the highest. From 1527, the price goes at the lowest grade to 2621, 9%. Average cost 4,174, 102%. The highest grade 5,618, 306%. This is the cost of iron ore mining will go. The main question is whether the steel industry will be competitive at such a high cost of raw material, despite the fact that most of the reserves offered in recent auctions of iron ore mines were grabbed by the captive users. If there is any constraint of future steel industry and supply concern, the blame the door of the steel industry. That's all. Thank you. Now,
thank you, Mr. Sharma. I have one question for you, which you may like to enlighten us with your views. The question is, how far we have fast-paced the exploration, that too after levying exploration cess. Yesterday we have heard Secretary Mines that GSI is quite aggressively doing the exploration post this MMRD Act introduction. Your views, please.
Let me tell you one thing. Let it not be taken as a reflex. Exploration in the present regime, I don't think there will be any exploration at all. Because you can get the non-exclusion exploration permit. But suppose in between, if the state government finds a resource which they have to sell, the whole exploration license is cancelled. And no private sector will come. One thing. Second, they have recognized only the state government undertakings, state undertakings and the state DMDs as the exploration agency. They have got no infrastructure. Third point I want to tell you is that let not be NECL conducted 150 detailed exploration. Not a single report has been sold, could be sold. So, exploration as goes in the world is by the private exploration agencies, and we have been hearing on this subject for a long time, that no resource-rich country in the world spends taxpayers' money on exploration. Each of the junior exploration companies which come and explore, but they have got the state government provides them the data and the facilities, and they have got the freedom to come from the RP to PL and PL to ML, and they have got the freedom to sell those permits. Nothing of this is done in this country. They have given exploration to private as a grant area. Favor.
Okay.
Not exploration in this country.
Thank you, sir.
I only want to add to what you are saying, that raw material availability in the country is not the primary consideration to set away steel industry or aluminum industry. It is domestic demand, not the raw material availability. So kindly bear this thing in mind. Even if you don't have a raw material in your country, the steel industry has come only in those countries where there was no raw material. Japan, South Korea, and US, and Western Europe. Just Corona mine of Sweden provided the iron ore to the whole of Europe to produce steel. I doubt whether Sweden has got a steel plant out about that.
Yes, sir. We hope the steel vision of 300 million ton comes into picture on the ground, so that everybody can prosper, including the miners. However, you have rightly pointed out there is a big challenge as to the logistics, particularly the incremental tonnage which has to be moved. That is about, for each ton of material 4 tons, for each ton of steel 4 tons, 3 tons of raw material and 1 ton of steel. So that incremental 800 tons of material, 800 million tons of material. So that is a big challenge. So we need to see what are the efforts going in that direction. Pankaj, I have got only one point, or rather my views. You see this, so for the scientific mining or transparency in the usage of the iron ore is concerned. Now, all iron ore is not the same iron ore. You are all aware, and everybody, all participants are also aware here, that there are various grades. Now, considering the the leases are not in perpetual, considering there is a finite life of the leases, and considering some of the captive miners are having huge resources in their under their belt. Now, the cost imperative would always be there for making the quick bottom line by making the high grade mining and keeping the low grades aside for future use, if any. Now, should there be some policy decision as to disclosing the various resources based on their in-house exploration or outside outsourced exploration, that on an annual basis there should be a disclosure of the reserves and resources by various miners who are having the leases, that how much various grades of ores they have explored and what is the usage of that each year, so that there is a transparency available in the public domain, and people can also know that how the scientific mining or scientific usage of each and every tonnage is being done.
Yeah,
Pankaj,
sir. 2 points I will add it here, sir. One, Sharma Sahab also raised, and you also pointed it out, sir. Any business we all are aware that is based on certain assumptions. So the steel companies which started operations in India, they had assumptions that they will be close to the raw material. But incidentally, that's why is the reason that most of the steel plants are in the eastern region. But now, if you see, the market is in the western and the southern region. So you have a trade-off. Either you put logistics cost on raw material, or you put logistics cost on transporting finished steel from your plant to the market, which is in southern part and So the point here, which is also related to the subject topic here, the iron ore supply. My point here is that India is a federal structure, and out of 250 million ton, more than 50% when it comes from Odisha, there is a risk. I mean, we never thought that 10 years before that Goa mining will be closed or Karnataka will have certain restrictions. Even if you see in today's time when we talk of green steel or circular economy, the green steel concept will be negated when you transport iron ore from eastern part to the western part, traveling 3,000 kilometers. So federal structure has to be respected, and if we have mining operations, iron ore from a different part of the country, that will also help not only in the carbon but also in the logistics and all those pressure on this. Now the point of this high grade mineral mining, sir, I can give you an example of Tata Steel. It's true that we all know that when we start mining in iron ore from the hilltop, usually the lumps were being used and lumps are found. So 50 years back, the fines were not being used. All the steel companies were using lumps. Later on, everyone learned and they started using sintering. And now most of the steel companies have gone for pelletization. Like Tata Steel also had a jig plant and hydrocyclone plant in 2004. So it's on the economics, and as we encounter the ore, then we make a plan that how to take care of that. And that's the journey is continuing. We are also putting up low grade beneficent plant in Noamundi. And I'm sure that other steel companies will also be trying on it based on the economics. And the pricing part which has been discussed, I don't want to go into that because the topic is supply. But my larger point here is that iron ore supply or iron ore operations, whichever are being worked out, can be given impetus. The new iron ore mine should come into place, and your point of reserve and resource, it is being shown in the annual return also, and in the mining plan scheme and everything that is being disclosed. The point here is the implementation. 2020, everyone thought that miners will go, whosoever, captive or merchant, that they will start excavating more and more ore and leaving the overburden. So IBM was instructed that they should work on the strip ratio. They should check the strip ratio so that they can verify that mining is being done scientifically. So implementation is an issue, and it's more on the miners' part. The responsible mining, what SMI is also propagating, the sustainable mining initiative, that each company should take ownership that whatever they are doing, they are best of the industry, the best of the country. And I'm sure that the total beneficent concept and zero waste mining, which is being talked about, that will be implemented by the mining companies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pankaj, for your insightful thoughts. We are at the end of the session, so we could finish our session in time. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for your valuable sharing your valuable time. And as usual, you are very vocal, being a local person, of course. And Mr. Pankaj, thank you very much also. So Arnab, and also I hope Mr. Sharma, you will be able to share your presentation. And in case you can share, then the Bengal Chamber Secretariat will take the initiative to circulate it to our participants. Thank you very much. I hand over the mic to Arnab.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Satija, for this wonderful deliberation. And with this, we'll be ending this session, and we'll have a quick break, and we'll be coming back exactly at 4:10 with business session 3, which is raw materials for steel, roll-off metallurgical coal, and scrap metal. We have very eminent speakers. Dr. Nick Senapati, President, Australia-India Business Council, has joined. Mr. A.N.C. Jha, Managing Partner, Prolific Coal Consortium, and former Chairman and Managing Director of Coal India Limited, has joined with us. Mr. Kaushal K. Sinha, Senior VP and Business Unit Head, Metals and Mining, M.N. Dastur and Co. will be joining with us. So stay tuned. Please join back at 4 o'clock, 4:10. afternoon, everyone. We are starting business session 3, raw materials for steel, roll-off metallurgical coal and scrap metal. We have very eminent speakers and panelists over here. Dr. Nick Senapati, President, Australia-India Business Council. Mr. N.C. Jha, Managing Partner, Prolific Coal Consortium and former Chairman and Managing Director, Coal India Limited. Mr. Kaushal K. Sinha, Senior VP and Business Unit Head, Metals and Mining, M.N. Dastur & Co. And it will be moderated by Mr. Rajiv Maitro, Member of Minerals and Mining Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Director, Consulting, Energy and Resources, Deloitte Tohmatsu India LLP. Over to you, Rajiv.
Thanks, Arnab. Pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, eminent speakers, dignitaries, honorable members of the Minerals and Mining and Metals Committee at BCC&I, and webinar participants. It's a great privilege to be here and to moderate this session. First, would like to welcome the distinguished speakers for the session, Dr. Nick Senapati, Mr. N.C. Jha, and Mr. Kaushal Sinha. We are really grateful to have three of you today. Regarding the context of this session, we all know that steel is critical for economic growth in a country like India, though the per capita consumption is considerably lower than some of the developed nations. 2019, India became the second largest steel producer and consumer of crude steel. It's a great privilege and pride for us. And the national steel policy, as we all know, expects India to become a significant player by 2030-31 with crude steel capacity of close to 300 million tons and production of 255. Many of the critics are skeptical that if we can achieve this target, whether it's too ambitious. However, we believe that it is feasible to achieve such an ambitious goal, provided some of the key enablers such as raw material availability are in place. I'll give it some data points. So, National Steel Policy estimates that iron ore requirement to be around 437 million tons by 2030-31. The coking coal with ash content of 10 to 11% and low moisture to be around 161 million tons, and non-coking coal, which comprise both PCI as well as thermal coal, to be around 136 million tons. This will primarily, the thermal coal goes into DRI to achieve this target of 255 million tons. But we see a high import dependency of coking coal, which is an ongoing concern for all the steel industry players. Today, if I look at the demand-supply gap, there was a significant gap, and in FY20, India imported close to 54 million tons of coking coal. Primarily, these are the good quality, the metallurgical coal, the prime coking coal, which is not so much available in India. Australia, in fact, was the largest exporter of coking coal to India at 36 million tons. And so, if I look at the domestic production of coking coal, 46.7 million tons was produced in FY20, of which only around 10% or 4.76 is prime coking coal or the conventional metallurgical grade. The other issue that we are seeing, apart from the resources, so if I look at resources, India has a 34.5 billion ton of coking coal resource, 15% is prime coking coal. The other issue is on the washery side. So even some of the coal is blended, the domestic, the wash coal capacity. The operating capacity of existing coking coal washery is also low, primarily because of age and technology issues. And so this, which significantly hinders optimal washing, blending of domestic coking coal. So this is a problem which needs to be solved, to address the growing demand. On the other hand, we see the significant progress in the iron ore supply, which has been done through auctions, but we are seeing a shortage now of iron ore. Many of the auction operating mines which are auctioned have not their full production capacities. So we see steel scrap to be significant in reducing dependence on iron ore, especially for secondary producers who is EAF and IAF for steel production. If I talk about steel scrap, India imported almost 7 million tons of steel scrap in 2019. The government expects the domestic supply of steel scrap to increase to almost 39 million tons by FY25 and the imports to reduce to 1 million tons. So they have actually come out with a policy. The policy is gazetted, but it's not implemented, the steel scrap recycling policy. And the policy seeks to give far greater organization to Indian scrap collection sector, which now lacks both uniform standards in terms of collection and quality. So given this context, and these two, one met coal as well as scrap metal being very important elements as raw material for the steel sector, some of the key questions that I would like to request the speakers to talk about, and of course they can speak about other issues, that what are the potential routes that we enhance domestic production of good quality coking coal and steel scrap to address the end user demand? What would be the likely policy enablers and the interventions required to reduce the current demand supply gap? Given that we have limited quantity of prime coking coal reserves in the country, how do we economically extract and considering the cost structure? Because if you look at the cost structure of most of the coking coal mines, they are on the higher side. It doesn't fit into the overall economics of the steel players. And of course, the washeries. Washeries also high cost. And what would be the optimal blending percentage of washed domestic coking coal? Today, it's almost 10%, 10 to 12%, 15%. How do we improve it better? Will investment in new washeries or upgrading existing washeries help to enhance production? Today, if I look at the existing capacity of washeries is around 25 million tons per annum. It is expected to go up to 49 million tons in the next 5 years. So what would be the key strategies? And from an Australia-India perspective, would long-term partnerships with global metallurgical coal producers like in Australia, which is the largest exporter of coking coal to India, help? Will acquisition of metallurgical coal assets like the ICVL had acquired the Mozambique, the coking coal assets? Would some similar kind of strategies work for the India? And last is the steel scrap recycling policy, which has been gazetted. In the current form, is it effective, or do we see any kind of changes required from a policy point of view? These are some of the questions that I wanted to highlight before I would request Dr. Nick Senapati to start off with his discussion. Thank you. Over to Dr. Senapati.
Thank you very much. And thank you to BCC&I for inviting me to talk. May I pay my respects to my fellow speakers and moderator on this discussion, and special wishes to Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, who I know has a long and strong relationship with Australia and with Brisbane. So let me just say that to answer really what you were saying is a lot of the questions are answered in what I was thinking about. And although I'm currently not particularly in the metallurgical coal business, I have been following it and I have worked in it in the past. So Australia exports around 55% of the world's coking coal exports. So 55% come from Australia, which is about 176 million tons last year. Out of that, with India's steel production of about 111 million tons, and their requirement so that's about 70 million tons of coking coal, that means 45% of that comes from Australia, or 35 million tons of that comes from Australia, which is about 20% of Australia's exports. So there is a huge dependence of the Indian steel sector on coking coal from Australia. And I should emphasize that that coking coal basically comes from the Queensland coal basins. And the export comes out of 3 ports in Queensland, which are they're about 400 kilometers apart, those three ports, and which I think poses a global risk, as 55% of the world's exports come from those 3 ports in close proximity and especially in cyclonic regions. There is a risk to metallurgical coal globally. So as India as India aims towards the 300 million tons of steel, which is essential for its growth, it will need to access more coking coal. And it is going to be, and Australia is going to continue to be this traditional market for coking coal. there is pressure in Australia from society that says that coal producers need to reduce their production. And the definition that they're coming up with in Australia regarding the difference between a thermal coal company and a coking coal company is that if 30% of your production is thermal coal, then you are a thermal coal company. And so if there is societal risk to reduce the amount of coal production. Now, I don't think that's going to happen in the short term, but that societal pressure will continue, and that creates a bit of a risk too. So, of course, India has some of its own coking coal, but in an extremely difficult area of the Jharia coalfields, and the challenges there are enormous. Perhaps it is time for a concerted effort to work out how one can mine that coal, relocate people, put out fires, etc. But the coal quality in that area, as far as I know, is pretty good and maybe worth doing, especially for long-term supply. Equally, the reduction of the risk, supply risk for India can also be achieved in a similar manner to Japan, what Japan and Korea have done by investing in individual mines in Australia. And there are opportunities at the moment for that, and the opportunities will continue to remain open. And the foreign minister in Australia recently emphasized the need to form strong bilateral relationships with India, particularly as Australia struggles with their trade relationships with China in the present times. And coal may be a way to make this happen, because any strategic, logistical, quality or cost advantage that can be developed will reduce that risk. And Australia is keen to form relationships with India, far more so, particularly over the last few years, and strategically even in the formation of the Quad. So that the trade relationship is an important one as well. We have seen recently the hold up in Australian coal exports to China that have a flow-on effect to exports elsewhere, and even the Chinese producers are not particularly happy with this, because they're now paying something like $200 a ton for Canadian or Chinese coal. So while the market is close to $150 a ton. So Australia sees some constraints till the Chinese New Year with quotas easing up. But the opportunity for India to look at the investment within Australia and the investment to reduce the risk of coking coal, which is essential for India's 300 million ton target. So in summary, high volumes from Australia produce some risk, that all coming from one region has some risk as well, but the opportunities for Indian investors and steel plants to invest in coking coal businesses in Australia continue to be high. And it doesn't only have to be in hard coking coal. There is semi-soft coking coal as well. And like Nippon Steel, they've shown that semi-soft can improve their costs significantly. So thank you very much. That's all I've got to say.
Thanks, Mr. Senapati, Dr. Senapati. It was really insightful. So one question I had for you before I would request Mr. N.C. Jha to give a presentation. I think he will give a presentation. Is you spoke about bilateral trade between India and Australia. So do you think G2G routes will help to kind of establish? Because we also had a similar case in for ICVL in Mozambique. So where it was related to G2G, because it's very difficult for an Indian company to set up shop, especially acquire a mine in a country like Australia, without the support of both the governments. Would that help, and which can be the nodal agencies in your mind who can help the Indian miners or Indian steel producers to set up mines.
So there's already been quite a bit of interaction in that regard, and there continues to be. The issue that the G2G has for investing in Australia is that the speed of investment is never quick enough. Yeah. And because Australia is an open market for when something is being sold, it is always done with the speed of what normal mergers and acquisition take place. And the Indian G2G process doesn't work quick enough for that. Yeah. But that said, I think the Queensland government, the various Trade and Investment Queensland, which is a body in Austrade, can all help in that regard.
Sure. Thanks so much. I think it was wonderful. So we'll come back to you with more questions, probably after all the speakers have voiced their views. So I would request Mr. N.C. Shah to talk about, especially look at the indigenous production of coking coal and some of the issues. If I look at, so for example, Coal India, the CIL almost possesses 19.4 billion tons of coking coal reserve in the country, which is close to almost 100%. And it's primarily 89% in two subsidiaries, which are CCL and BCC&I. So from an indigenous coking coal supply, and the required quality, because steel players have voiced their concern about high ash, high moisture, some of the other factors like vitrinite and fluidity, etc. Those are issues. So how do we have good quality coking coal from the indigenous production? So that is probably one of the questions I had for Mr. Jha. Over to you, Mr. Jha.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Maitra, and all the speakers and the participants. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Sir, you are audible. You are audible,
yes,
sir.
Yes. Okay, fine.
Yes.
So can you upload my presentation?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah, please do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my presentation basically focuses on the supply scenario from the indigenous sources and the issues that hinder major supply. Can you move to the next slide, please? Yeah, this one I will skip because a lot has already been said about the national steel policy. Let me focus on this. The requirement of coking coal as per the national steel policy is around 161 million tons per annum. Non-coking coal for the PCI route is 31 million ton, and the non-coking coal requirement for DRI route itself is 105 million. The current dependence of the on imported coal is around 85%, but the government aims at reducing it to 65%. That means 35% of the total requirement for the steel industry has to be met from the indigenous sources, which if we take coking coal alone works out to about 56.35 million tons per annum at 10.5% as equivalent. This is really a great challenge. I mean, both for the steel producers as well as the coal producers in the country. Now, when we look at the resource scenario, can you move to the next slide, please? In the country, the total amount of coking coal in the name of coking coal is around 34.5 billion tons, of which 18.6 billion ton is only in the measured category. Measured category means we have proved it to an extent that you can extract it fully. The rest of it is yet to be explored, and a major part of it is within the depth range of 300 to 1200 meters. The ones that have been explored already is about 18.6 billion ton, and that generally lies with a depth of 600 meters. Next, please. Now, can you come back to the same slide? Now, when we look at the category or the quality-wise coking coal, the prime coking coal, which basically makes the coke, is only 5.3 billion tons, And this is an estimate. In fact, the entire 34.5 billion ton is an estimate made since 70s. And the coal that has already been extracted so far is not discounted from this. So the figure which appears to be high is not actually very high. It will be quite low. Next, please. Now, let us look at the characteristics of coking coal. Now, coking coal are such coals which can form quality coke during carbonization. And in terms of the hot and cold strength, it plays a very important role in the smooth running of the blast furnaces. Any coking coal can swell and form a coke, but it cannot be suitable for blast furnace, because for the blast furnace, the parameters that are required are the Micum 10 strength, Micum 40 strength, the CSR values and CRI values. These are actually the 4 strength parameters at different conditions that are very important for the blast furnace productivity and usefulness of the coking coal. Next, please. Only a few bituminous coal possess the required properties of making a coke for the blast furnace grade. The required characteristics of coke are achieved by making coke after blending coking coal from different sources to satisfy a predefined proximate analysis characteristic, ultimate analysis characteristic, rheological properties, petrographic properties, and the ash chemistry. The rheological properties like, free swelling index or crucible number, maximum fluidity, and the plastic range are very important for making a good coke for the usage of blast furnace. Reflectance of vitrinite varies from 0.6 to 1.8%. However, the acceptable range of reflectance for good quality coking coal varies from 1.1 to 1.4%. Now, it is therefore very important that before selecting a particular coal for coke making, its rigorous testing in terms of different properties is done. The coke strength parameters are tested to determine the required blend percentage in any for making any coke. Next, please. Next, please. Now, I tried to compare the coking coal qualities of the coals imported from Australia and that we have in our country, indigenous Indian vast coal, with ash percent of around 15 to 18%. So there's a comparison between Australian coal of ash percent from 7.5 to 9.8 and Indian coal of 15 to 18%. You can see ash is higher in Indian coal. Now, if you go to the vitrinite content, vitrinite is much higher in Australian and lower in Indian coal. Similarly, the inertinite component is higher in Indian coal. We have mineral matters higher in Indian coal. We have vitrinite reflectance much less compared to the Australian coal. Next, please. The CSN values, which is crucible swelling number, is lower in Indian coal. The Grey King coke type is also relatively inferior. What is superior is the fluidity. Fluidity in Indian coal is much higher compared to the Australian coal. But when we take the overall parameters into consideration, Australian coal is much superior compared to the Indian coal. Next, please. Next, please. Now let us look at the, have we jumped? I think we have. Okay. Now, 85% of the requirement of Indian coking coal is from Australia. And when we look at the historical price movement, it had come down from the 2011 level to 2015 substantially. I was managing a company of ICBL at Mozambique, sometimes in 2014-15 up to 2016 middle. And I had very tough time, because the cost of production was high and the revenues that we were getting had touched down to less than $70 a ton. So it was a very difficult time. But moving forward, the prices picked up. Next, please. Next slide, please. And you can see from 2015 onwards, it has moved quite a lot. 2018, the average price was around $208 a ton. And I understand that in 2020, it had further come down to less than $135 a ton. So the price movement is very volatile, and it particularly depends on the weather conditions in Australia. My friend Nick will agree to it that if there is a heavy rain in Australia, when coal fill, the prices jack up. And so the others become a beneficiary to it. Next, please. Now, this is the coking coal production program of Coal India. In fact, the first column says the total production plan. This was for 1920. In fact, it didn't materialize. And the coking coal was supposed to be produced at 71 million tons. Unfortunately, all this coal is inferior quality. When I say inferior quality, the ash percent is very high, is something more than 35%, and sometimes even touching 55%. So the major challenge is to reduce the ash to make the Indian coking coal useful for blast furnace or for met purpose. Next, please. Next, please. Now, when we talk about the capacity of coking coal washing in the country, the total capacity of 31 million ton with an operating capacity utilization of 20 to 30% only lies with the country. The current washing capacity of Coal India is 23.3 million ton per annum, but because of their high age, 4 to 5 decades old, their performance is very, very poor. The feed ash is generally, as I said, in excess of 35%. Clean coal is at 18 to 19%. Now, CIL identified 18 new coking coal washeries to be built up with a throughput capacity of 48 million ton. 3 of them are almost commissioned, but unfortunately, this is in BCCL, Bharat Coking Coal Limited, and BCCL has its own problems of increasing production. In fact, the production has been going down in the last few years. So even these washeries which have been commissioned newly, they don't get sufficient coal for washing. One new coking coal washery is planned to be set up by SAIL, but I have been seeing this for last at least 5-7 years. It is not taking off. Not even the foundation has not been laid. Next. Now, Indian coking coal are very poor in the washability capacity. And this is largely because the mineral matter is so intimately related with the coal matter or carbon that it's very difficult to separate them and isolate them through gravimetric methods of washing. New washeries have been planned to wash at 18 to 19%, while the blast furnace requires for coke making coal of 10.5 at the most percent. The total installed capacity of new and existing coking coal washeries would be around 59.4 million ton, with an average yield of 45 to 50%. That can provide a maximum of 27 to 30 million ton at 18% ash. While, as I said in my earlier slide, the total requirement as per the steel policy would be 56 million ton at 10.5% ash. And most of the existing washeries would be replaced with the new ones. There still remains much gap between the estimated demand of coking coal and from indigenous sources and its likely availability. It also needs to be examined whether the entire production of those 27 million ton at 18 to 19% can be blended with the imported coal to form a good coke. While I was advising Chairman SAIL, the basic point came that from indigenous source, the SAIL requires coal at 13% as to the maximum so that they can blend it around 30% indigenous and 70% imported to make a good blend for making coke for the blast furnace. So an exercise was conducted by constituting a committee by the government. It was between the two ministries, Ministry of Steel and Coal. And I will come to that in my following slides. Next, please. Okay. So please move to the next one. Now, how best the indigenous coal can be used for steel making? For that, several exercises have been done. Several tests were done. One of the tests was done by CIS and CCSO SAIL. And what they found out that for the optimum usage of Indian coking coal in SAIL plants with then supply of imported coal, this was done in 2008, was found to be 30%. This was at that time. Next, please. Another study was done by CMPDI and RDCIS in 2013. And there were pilot tests done with different ash levels by washing the coal from different sources. And what was recommended was that the clean coal from particular collieries, I will not go into these details because there is not much of time also. The basic idea was that Indian coals with 17 to 18% ash can be blended to the extent of 30%. Next, please. Next, please. In another exercise that was done in 2015, it was observed that if the feed ash was less than 30%, which unfortunately is not there, it was easily possible to achieve 10% ash coal with reasonable yield, both for cooking and non-cooking. Next, please.
Sorry to butt in, Mr. I'm just conscious of the time.
Yeah, I'll skip these slides. Yeah, I'll skip these slides. So I'll speak without the slides now. So the government thought that a committee should be constituted and exercise was done. Extensive testing of coals from BCCL and CCL areas was done. And then what was realized that if we wash the Indian coal to 13% ash level, the generation of middlings and rejects becomes tremendously high. And the clean coal would be between 13% to 18% only. So the cost of washing will be stupendous. And what was Indian coal should be continued to be used, to be washed at 18% ash. So this was the recommendation, and the sales projection of 13% ash was not accepted. And so all the washeries that have been proposed to be set up are planned at 18% ash. Now, when we come to the usage of the Indian coal, we find that the Indian coal, which is basically rich in mineral matters, has to be separated from coaly matter, and for that the normal system of washing on a gravimetric basis is not suitable. So we must do some research. And some studies were done in which coals were crushed to micronic level at -100 microns. And when that was subjected to segregation, then yields of 40 to 50% at 10 to 12% ash were achieved. But unfortunately, not much of work has been done in this research because at that micronic level, what we need is to form pellets of the washed coal. And not much of the work has been done in this. In USA, one such experiment has been done, and I could see also the pellets, but the technology is not yet commercially available. So I would suggest that a lot of research has to be done. And until we go for that and make these technologies commercially viable, we will have to depend largely on the imported coal. Indigenous coal on its own will not be possible to replace the quantity of imported coal. And the government's aim of reducing the imported coal to 65%, to my mind, appears to be a long dream. We will have to continue with that. Jharia coalfield has its own issues of problems. It's overlain by the richest population density area. It has the problems of fire. There is a Jharia action plan, which is under implementation for at least last 15 years. And not much of movement of the population from coalfield to non-coalfield area has taken place. There is aversion to move. There are issues related to that. So I would conclude that though we have enough of coking coal resource, but they are of very high ash content, and not much of it can be extracted for usage in the blast furnace, and we'll have to continue to depend on the imported coking coal, particularly from Australia. I tried to supply the ICVL's coal from Mozambique, and when tested in different testing facilities of SAIL, hardly 15 to 20% of it was acceptable for blending to make good coal. So we'll have to continue to use the imported coal, particularly from Australia. Thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. I think it's a wonderful, I would say, presentation. So maybe I will just take 30 seconds of your time. So one of the issues that people have flagged is look at the cost curve of mining. Australia is on the, I would say, the best position. Probably the cash cost of mining for coking coal is around $70 to $80. If I look at Goa, India, probably Mozambique is around $120 to $130. And if you look at some of the underground mines, especially in Coal India and other subsidiaries in BCCL, the cost of mining is tremendously high. I mean, compared, economics doesn't fit. So what do you think? I mean, more mechanization can help in reducing cost, or what can be the ways? Maybe another 30 seconds from you.
See, when we talk about the cost of mining, it all depends on what sort of coal you are mining. In Australia, the inherent ash content of coal is very, very low. What they need to do is only segregate the stone pieces, which are very small in quantity, from the basic coal. The coal is available at 8 to 9% in situ ash content. In India, the coal, as I said, coking coals, are now available at 35% plus ash. That means 35 to 55%. So when we talk about the cost of mining, in terms of per ton, India is still much lower. But when we talk about the cost of mining in terms of the washed coal, it's much higher. Similar case was with Mozambique. Mozambique coal has an average feed ash of 35%. But fortunately, there the bitinite content with much lower ash are distinctly separate. So it's very easy to separate those from the high ash coal contained in that coal layers. So that's why even then at 13.5% ash that I resorted to washing, the yield is around 35%. Only. Sure. The rest 65% goes as waste. So the cost of mining there also is quite high.
Sure, thanks. So I think probably I'll move to the next speaker, Mr. Sinha. Good afternoon. Probably you can have a touch upon the other aspect, which is the metal scrap, and restrict your presentation to our discussion to around 10 to 12 minutes. That would be helpful. Arnav, is it 10 minutes okay? We'll wrap up by 5. Is that okay?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Mr. Senapati, Mr. Michael, and Mr. Jha, and all the participants present here. The issue that we are going to talk about is the basic raw material for iron and steel industries. The basic raw material for iron and steel industries are iron ore, coal, and scrap. Because scrap has become now also a basic raw material, because whatever we are using, what we are producing, that has to come back to the system. And that is going to happen in due course of time, depending upon the continent, depending upon the situation, coastline, and all. So as of today, if we are using around 600 million tons of scraps all across the globe, the scrap does not only the economic value, the scrap has a better value in terms of the green steel making. Okay, so around 950 million tons of CO2 that is getting reduced if you are using 600 million tons of scraps. And on the top of that, you have that advantage in terms of basically greenhouse gas emissions. That is also going down, as well as if you are using 600 million tons of scraps, we are really releasing the load on the natural crust, on the iron ore excavations, coal, etc. So that way we are really going or transforming ourselves to the greener steel territory. Seeing up all these, having said all these things, the scrap generating capacity of a continent or a country depends on a matrix called steel stock or steel bank. So the country like USA, UK, and also Germany, the total, if you see the steel stock, it is in the tune of 11 to 16 tons per capita. If you see the other advanced industrialized countries like South Korea, maybe Portugal, it is in the tune of around 6 to 11 tons per capita. If you move it out from this continent and go to China, it is in the tune of 5 tons per capita. And if we come back to India, it is at 1 ton per capita. So the situations it is like this. If you want a continent or country to be a scrap generating, there are 2-3 aspects of that. At least your steel bank should be in the tune of 7 to 8 tons per capita. Only then you can be we can be a scrap generating country. So the question is this to reach that level, we can take an example of US or maybe UK or Germany. They have got a long industrial history, and by that this whole this bank has created, steel bank has created. And if we come to China, China is having a low steel bank. So if you take a case of US steel making pattern, if you go to the 90s and then we find that US was producing around 60 million tons out of BOF and 30 million out of EAF. And if you see the present trend, it has just reversed. Present trend is 30 million tons that we are producing from BOF and 60 million we are producing from EAF. The fundamental issue is here, that the pertinent issue is that what we are trying to say, they basically stabilize industrial growth, and the overall income of the society, of the government, has come to a stability or in a situation where you are in a position to replace the things. Means household good materials, cars, automobile, infrastructure is getting replaced with a new one. That is why we are able to create a scrap in the systems, and we can use USA as a country. We can see that it is the country as a whole, we can say that the cheap source of electricity supply also, which is the basic input for the EAF to be competitive. So in this context, there are 2 other things are also there. If you see the BF and BOF of US, that hasn't improved to that extent where we are, China and India, we can look upon. The technology part of USBF. Even I can see that they are using a bell-based charging. But in India, you can seldom find bell. It's a bell-less charge. And this overall decrease the cost, the efficiency level of blast furnace goes up, coke level consumption goes down. Okay. So the point is this. So if you move out from US and see the other part of the world, what is the steel stock that we have? If you go from America, USA to say European Union, you will find that around 54% of the steel is being produced from scrap. And if you come down to Japan, it is around 34% of the total steel is produced from scrap. Once again, we will move up to China. It is going down to 5 tons per capita. But if you see the total manufacturing of China regarding the steel production, then it is around 1,000 million tons. Out of 1,000 million tons, China is producing around 110 million tons from EAF route. So overall scenario, what we are seeing, looking at that though China may be a bigger steel producer, but we see that the scrap level utilization on the lower side, because the total steel bank is on the lower side. But because China has got a larger scale of economy regarding the steel, they are making 1,000 million tons of steel. So if you make it 100 million tons, so it mixes to the 1,000 million, so the overall economics of the steel is not getting changed. But if you come back to India, Indian scenario is a little bit different. India has got a capacity of around, say 110 million ton is the production, that's fine. But your steel bank or the steel stock per capita is hovering around a ton. So, and the economy is in the growth trajectory. The per capita income is on the lower side. So the replacement kind of the things, since people here are using cars for say 20 years, replacement kind of thing is not happening. Government is putting a lot of additive capacity, but replacement is not happening, even in the case of infrastructure also. The similar in the situation in households, white good products. We are using for 15 years, 20 years. So a scrap generation overall is basically on the reduced trajectory. If you are thinking to make a plant, mini-mill kind of plant, which was popular in case of US and even some other part of the world also, based on scrap, we don't have that much of a scrap. So if at all we want to make it, then we have to import a scrap. And if we are importing the scrap, then the cost of importing the scrap, the logistic cost, and the other costs like power cost, which is significantly higher in India, and the electrode cost. If you see all these costs together, and the basic raw material that we are using for the steel plants, that is hot metal and sponge iron. Sponge iron is mostly used for the secondary steel makers, and hot metals are used for the primary steel makers. Then the cost line of the EAF based on the scrap, particularly on the imported scrap, doesn't fit. It is always on the higher line. So we don't find a big opportunity for mini-mill kind of thing based on the imported kind of thing, because overall scrap generation is very, very low. So the question is, whatever scrap that we are generating, actually how optimally we are using it so that the economics of the steel making on overall basis should remain intact and we should be globally competitive. The solution is something like this. To my understanding, that scrap should be used, major part of the scrap should be used in the BOF, and the minor part, because of the scalability issue of inductions furnace, that is secondary steel making, we should use there. So what is going to happen? If I can go in a BOF, I can go to an extent of up to 20% solid charge or a scrap charge. then what is happening? I can produce around 20% more steel from the same setup without adding any BF capacity into it. So overall CO2 footprint is going down. Economics remains same. So you are basically, we are getting into a greener territory of the steel making. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I will cut it short.
I think it's possibly of time.
Yeah.
30
so
seconds
the
from you.
Situation is something like this. The scrap policy that we are thinking about making a lot of the scrap centers, lot of processing unit, not a very big promising future for them, because overall scrap scenario in India, seeing the steel bank, scrap bank or the steel bank that we have as on today is really not very, it will be a kind of a shortage situation. So the conclusive idea is this, that we will be relying mostly on the indigenous scraps, and indigenous scrap we will be using in the secondary steel makers and the primary steel makers. So if we at all have a steel bank to be developed in seeing the present GDP scenario, so it will take around, for me, it will take around 25 to 30 years from here. Because if we see the GDP line and the steel growth line, both are following each other. So that is what I wanted to tell. We can have some time, we can discuss on this. So here I end because of the paucity of the time. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. I think it's wonderful. Some new insights came about the steel bank, which is really insightful. So I would just, because we are already overshot the time by 5 minutes, I would like to thank all the speakers, and we have just concluded a very interesting, insightful session. Summarize the key points. Maybe I'll take a minute. So we started out with Dr. Senapati. He spoke about supply risk, how other countries have managed, like Japan and Korea, and they have invested in assets. So one of the points that Mr. Partha Bhattacharya also raised, that acquisition of met coal assets, there are opportunities in Australia, and maybe we can explore various routes, including G2G, but G2G may not be the best option. Mr. Jha spoke about the coking coal scenario in India, India's indigenous production, what are the issues, and especially if you look at Coal India, the washery is also an issue, though. So washery upgrade is happening, but the issue in Coal India, coking coal in India is the ash content. Probably that is kind of increasing the cost of production. So a blending and washing kind of scenario can actually kind of address all the requirements for the 2030-31 scenario. And Mr. Jha, you mentioned about the steel stock bank, which is a interesting concept per capita. India is at 1 ton vis-a-vis, China at 5 tons, and some of the developed nations at 7 to 8 tons. So it will take, what you said is it will take around 25 years to become self-sufficient. So we have to kind of live with that for some time. Probably the scrap policy needs to be relooked. The vehicle scrappage policy is something that, that will also build or add to your indigenous scrap generation. That may also help. So with that, we conclude this session. I again thank all the speakers for a wonderful discussion, and have a good day and good year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moitro, and we are really indebted to all the speakers to carving out time. It's already too late for Dr. Senapati, and we are also grateful to Mr. N.C. Jha and Mr. Kaushal Sinha. Now I would request our co-chairperson of the committee, Mr. Rana Shom, to kindly formally address the vote of thanks and conclude the sessions of day 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just come to the end of today's program, and practically we have come to the end of this e-conclave, which lasted for 2 days, yesterday and today. When the program was first conceived, I was associated with the discussions, and let me tell you very frankly, I was not very enthusiastic to believe that an e-conclave could really substitute a physical program. I always felt that it would be a poor substitute, when we stand and see at the end of this program, I must admit that I had never expected the program to be so lively, so meaningful. Practically, I feel that we have not missed much, except that we could not see the faces of the participants. In a physical program, we can have a face-to-face interaction with the participants, which we didn't have in this program. But then the advantage was we had much more participants in this program than possibly we could be able to assemble in a physical program. So my first thanks would be to the participants who had not only participated in the program for 2 days, but also sent their questions, shared their ideas, shared their visions and views. I thank them all. I thank, of course, the speakers and moderators who have not only done justice to the education, who have done extremely well during the last 2 days. In fact, I was so excited that I had sent some personal messages to some of them, congratulating them for the wonderful presentations they had made and the type of deliberations they had participated in. I observed that during this day, we had covered, speakers have covered, in fact, a wide range of topics, ranging from supply-side constraints and expected constraints, keeping in view that India has an ambitious project of achieving steel production of 300 million tons by the end of this decade. We observed that the people went deep into this area. They went into the constraints on coking coal, they went into constraints on beneficiation, and so on and so forth. The discussions covered technology. Technology not only for improving production, but also to present a clean environment and to handle the environmental challenges which are associated with steel making. There was discussions on pricing, on exports, and about the ambitions of some of the steel makers to soon become global players. In fact, the range of topics which today's discussion and deliberations covered give an idea of the degree and the penetration of the subjects which the speakers have made, and the moderators have in many cases provoked them into making. I thank the organizers because it was their vision, it was their organizations, it was their relentless effort which has made this program a success. But so many ideas have come up. So many things were discussed. So many suggestions have come. I'm sure that Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry would definitely take note of all these points, summarize them, and then send it to the appropriate authorities for suitable actions. This is a practice which Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry does, and I'm sure that this time also there will be no exception to this. In fact, if we can progress a little bit in this area, in changing the minds of competent authorities, in changing the determination of the industry experts, in changing the perception about the in society, we'll be doing a great job. Thank you once again. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are also thankful to all the committee members. In fact, Mr. Partha Bhattacharya is here, Mr. Partha Sengupta was also there, Mr. Shushi Manaji, Mr. P.K. Mukherjee is also there, Mr. Rajiv Maitri is also there. I would request all of you to kindly just put your video in on mode from Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Let me take the opportunity to thank all our committee members, our chairperson, our co-chairpersons, to everyone. And without all of your guidance and support, it would have not been possible to do this program at all. And we are overly thankful to all of you. And we are also thankful to all our sponsors, and also, of course, all the audience and the media people who had covered well about the program. So with this, definitely we'll take it forward with our proceedings and kind of recommendations that we'll prepare from the committee, and we'll definitely share with all the companies and with all the relevant ministries. We will share. With that note, if any one of our committee member would like to take, Mr. Bhattacharya, would you like to make any comment at the end?
I think whatever I had to say, Mr. Rana Som has said that exactly. I would echo his. There is an echo going on. Can somebody?
No, there is some echo. Yeah.
That's
right. Done. Please.
Okay. I think whatever Mr. Rana Som has said, his concluding remarks, I would completely echo that. It was a great effort done by the Bengal Chamber Secretariat. Arnav, yourself, you did a great job. And with your father not being so well in the hospital, I think it was quite a bit of work that you have done. Let me take this opportunity of thanking Mr. NC Jha. He's still there on the line. Mr. Jha, can you put the video on? Good. He's my very old colleague and long-time colleague, and he agreed to address the gathering at a very short notice. Also, Nick Saraboti, just called him up and he agreed. I have not been able to attend some of the important programs which I desired to attend. Mr. Banerjee, how was your interaction with Mr. Chaudhary? Mr. Banerjee, can you unmute yourself? You have to unmute.
Yeah, that was a very nice
I
chat.
saw some messages, but actually I was tied up in an audit committee meeting of a company, so I could not attend that.
I see. Yeah, that was very interesting, very nice. And he answered all questions. Of course, time was a constraint. I wanted to say something more, but...
and how was the session with the chairman designate of SAIL, Madam Mandal?
That was also very good. In fact, the questions, Parthu Sengupta.
Sir, with your permission, can we off the live now? Sir, this Zoom meeting can go on, but can we stop the live session over here? Can we?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You can just chat for a while.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're ending the session over here.